Already late enough as is, we might as well just get started, right? What's up, nerds? Happy Tuesday. Sorry that we're live on not Wednesday, but there was big news. And also, I have demo day tomorrow with YC, so I won't be able to be live tomorrow anyways. But wanted to come in and talk about this. Yeah, no topics. Nothing's going on at all. Definitely don't have to, deal with the fact that EdgeDB just got acquired or that Bun got acquired. And now, finally, I am an owner of equity in both Anthropic and in Vercel. Chat's disabled on YouTube because YouTube's fucking broken. I'm probably never turning chat on fucking YouTube again because of... No, never again. I'm sorry, YouTube, but you fucking suck at your jobs. You don't know how to write code. I can't open the fucking studio page and change the time for the stream because their chat breaks the browser. It ooms on a computer with 128 gigs of fucking memory. I'm sorry, I don't have 256 gigs of overpriced RAM to spare for YouTube's inability to write a JavaScript fucking chat. But I don't. So, sorry. YouTube's not getting chat today. See this page with buttons that work? None of them worked when I had chat on. I couldn't navigate this page. I'm sorry. I would turn on YouTube chat if it would let me without crashing my fucking browser. Interesting. I'll keep an eye on that. Oh boy, this looks like an interesting loophole. I'll read into this later. Probably not the thing I can cover today. Yo, Alphas, thank you for the 5 bomb. Really appreciate that. As well as NST Lopez with the 32 months of resubbing. Happy you can stop by and catch the stream. Nico with the tier 1. XCSS with the tier 1 for 9 months. Fun got acquired. Yep. Tramp Boat with the tier 3 for 6 months, 20 total. New coffee grinder. Who's this? Hope it's going well. I need to actually take my bag out of my tea and go grab something quick too. Acquisition has to be something with a C now. There's literally no way they can get cursor. Hey, Rice Music. 6 months. Thanks, Theo, for teaching us. Glad to be back for another stream. Wabo with the cheer and another cheer there. Thank you for the support. Jabba with the Sweet 16. Side with the Prime. PQO with the 18 months. Remix B with the 18 months. Villa with the Prime. Just Some Dev with the tier 2. The Few, the Proud. Thank you all. And Raphael with the 3 months. 3% of 100. Good shit. I will be right. Fucking Christ, Wabo. 50 bomb. God damn. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the support, man. Ninja Bit Dev with the 27 months. Appreciate that. Poppage with the Prime. Much love. Currently watching while adding features to an academic journal for AI Slop that you built. Ooh, boy. I'll check that out later for sure. Eden with the Prime as well. Thank you all again. And somebody asked, how can I afford to invest in all these companies? A lot of them were investments I made through the A16 Scout program because I could do Scout investments. They would wire the money. I would just make the connection and get a small take home from it. Now I'm doing a bit more myself because I've had a good take home. I will be right back, guys. T is taken care of. Let me do... That's why you should privately use Twitter DMs. Let's do the offset quick. What's a priority? Yeah, this is probably worth talking about. Why is everybody fucking dropping today? Oh yeah, the OpenAI code red. I probably need to do a video on that. Let's do my offset quick. 1050. Offset's done. Yeah, I saw there's a bunch of new components. I haven't had a chance to watch any of the convex stuff. I haven't had a chance to watch Prime's take on the bun stuff. What was Prime's take on the bun stuff? If you guys could give me a summary of it. Jesus, Apple's not in a position to lower how much they're paying people. That's stupid. Thanks for the heads up, NMG. Thanks for the kind words about Zed in the MCP video. Of course. Agent Direct with the tier or with the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Uber CI. Always good to see you, man. 14 months in. I think I missed this gift, Wendro. Appreciate you a ton for that. Eden 2009 and Poppage. I think I got both of you. Appreciate y'all. And of course, Flavio, the legend. Good to see you, man. I forgot to do the ex-producer bullshit. Create broadcast. Fun got bought by Anthropic. Technology. Post. Cool. Done. Anyways. It's not an acqui-hire. He's wrong on that. He's absolutely wrong on that. Oh, this looks like a fun article. Thank you for that. This is not about cloud environments. I thought this too. I've talked to them too much. It's not. Yeah, gel's an acqui-hire. This one's not an acqui-hire. Let me get my bookmarks up for this. That needs to be in this. That needs to be separate. I can share again. We'll drop that in there. The rest of these can just stay. Close that for these. I'll keep that open so I can keep telling YouTube. Yeah. By the way, if anybody just came in on YouTube, if you're wondering why there's no chat, it's because the chat crashes every single browser on every single computer I own. 128 gigs of RAM and it still ooms. I'm sorry, I cannot get YouTube chat working today. If they had more than half an engineer working on it, it would be competent, but they don't, so I can't. So no YouTube chat today. Sorry. It's also why I had to delay stream. Yo, Keats with the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Good resource for the bun vid. I already have the one from the terminal, guys. I'll use that. Good memes, though. Is this the Prime one? Oh, no. This is an old bun release vid. I'm willing to add for that Is this just the Bun 1.3 bit again? Yeah, why do I need that? It's a month ago. I was using a Windows PC for it. It still crashes. Oh shit, Darth, good to see you, man. You have a VIP here. Why would you not chat here more? The LTT Linus video was incredible. Ooh, I like this. I like this title a lot. Good find. Okay. I can work with all this. I think we just dive right in. Is there LTT drama right now? People are leaving because that's how workplaces work. And when you can make money as a creator, it's hard to take a salary because the salary just won't reflect. Like if you make a video that performs twice as well as expected, you might get like a 5% bonus, but that also makes twice as much money. It makes sense that lots of talented people are leaving. Rebuilding, time environment variables. How often are you changing environment variables, man? Nothing interesting there. Yeah, GamersX is annoying. He does some really cool coverage of certain things, but then just like goes really deep on shit that doesn't matter that much. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't even know Prime 4 was coming so soon. I'll definitely play it when it drops. Thank you for Slip Seconds subscribing with Prime, Layla KX with the tier 1 for 3 months, and BCF Ant for the 17 months of Prime. Let's get started with all the things I have to talk about today. Oh God, what's going on here? Was this not already supported? Cool, but yeah. It's on Friday? Oh shit. Bun X Anthropic. macOS bugs are getting shit pay now. Oh God, that's annoying. Stop distracting me, guys. We have to film. They mentioned Bun 15 times and Claude Code 11 times. Goddamn. Let's do this. Okay, let's go in. It's no secret that I've been a big fan of Bun for a while now. How do I actually? I think I have a flow here. Okay. It's no secret that I've been a huge fan of Bun for quite a while now. Way back in 2023, I was the first interview Jared did talking about it. So was it winter 23 or 22? Fuck, that was 2022. Look at that. July 11th, 2022. Wild. Retake knowing that. Yeah. It's no secret that I've been a huge fan of Bun for a while. Way back in 2022, I was Jared's first interview talking about it, and the ride we've been on since has been crazy. I'm a fan, a user, a builder, and an investor, all working with Bun wherever it makes sense to. And I'm really, really lucky to consider Jared a good friend. So knowing that, there is bias to account for here, especially when you realize that they were just acquired by a company I'm not necessarily known for being the biggest fan of. Yes, Bun is joining Anthropic. This seems just absolutely insane. And as a result, I've seen even more insane takes about it. From, oh, that's an acqui-hire to, from, oh, they're being acqui-hired, Bun's dead, to, of course they did that. They're going to build a cloud environment to compete with Vercel for Claude Code. And yeah, all of this is insane. Just as insane as me technically having equity in Anthropic now, which is kind of hilarious that I have equity in Anthropic and not OpenAI. All of that aside, I have thoughts here. I also have a lot of inside info, so I have to dance around it to the best of my ability. But this is a weird topic because I am uniquely qualified, both as a friend and investor of Jared and Bun, but also as somebody who's deep in the web world, deep in the building world for full stack stuff around JavaScript, and also really deep on the direction of this AI stuff and where Anthropic is trying to go. We have a lot to talk about here, guys, and I can't wait to do it, but I didn't get a payout for this yet, so let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor. Okay. Where to even start with this one? There are 2 articles as well as all the things people are saying, and then, of course, my own speculation that we'll be doing near the end. So if you want to hear my thoughts on why they're doing this and where it's going, stick to the end for that. Anthropic acquires Bun as Claude Code reaches the $1 billion milestone. Pretty crazy revenue for Claude Code, but also they're basically giving discounts for Claude by using Claude Code, so I get it. Claude is the world's smartest and most capable AI model for developers, startups, and enterprises. Kind of crazy that the first sentence is nothing about Bun at all. In fact, you have to go quite a bit before Bun is mentioned. I heard someone say that the amount of mentions of things in here is weird. Claude is mentioned 25 times, Claude Code is mentioned 11 times, and Bun is mentioned 18. Fun. Claude's the world's smartest and most capable AI model. Yep, okay, I read that. Claude Code represents a new era of agentic coding, fundamentally changing how teams build software. In November, Claude Code achieved a significant milestone. Just 6 months after becoming available, it reached $1 billion in run rate revenue. Today, we're announcing that Anthropic's acquiring Bun, a breakthrough JavaScript runtime, to further accelerate Claude Code. This is the key piece here. We'll talk more about the importance of this in a bit. Bun's redefining speed and performance for modern software engineering and development. Founded by Jared in 2021, Bun is dramatically faster than the leading competition. As an all-in-one toolkit, combining runtime, package manager, bundler, and test runner, it's become essential infra for AI-led software engineering, helping devs build and test applications at unprecedented velocity. Bun has improved the JS and TypeScript developer experience by optimizing for reliability, speed, and delight. For those using Claude Code, this acquisition means faster performance, improved stability, and new capabilities. Together, we'll keep making Bun the best JS runtime for all developers while building even better workflows into Claude Code. Here's a whole section of glazing Claude Code. We've been a close partner of Bun for many months. If you didn't know, Claude Code bundles Bun alongside it when you install it as the runtime for Claude Code. Our collaboration has been central to the rapid execution of Claude Code team and directly drove the recent launch of Claude Code's native installer. We know the Bun team is building from the same vantage point that we do at Anthropic, with a focus on rethinking the dev experience and building innovative and useful products. I did notice this when I last installed Claude, that there was a bunch of callouts for native in it. I thought they might have done that stupid rewrite in Node, or I thought they might have done the stupid Rust rewrite that a handful of these products have done that didn't need it. No. That's not what they did. They did this to make a single binary you can install using Bun. It's simpler, more stable, and doesn't require Node. We recommend this as the default installation method for all Claude Code users going forward, with Brew, with curl, or on Windows with IRM. Makes sense. This is bundling a single binary that is wrapped with Bun so that it can execute and manage its own runtime and not have to worry about you having the right version of Node installed. I know a lot of companies get really annoying about setting up Claude Code, Codex, and these things because they want a single binary they can improve and distribute internally. But if you also have to have Node distributed internally with the right version and everything, the IT teams get all fucky with it. I think that's stupid. Your IT team should be competent if they're controlling what tech your developers can use. But a lot of companies aren't competent, and as such, this type of single approvable binary is necessary. I have heard from many that this is the reason why I've heard from many that this is the reason why Codex got rewritten in Rust, which is the worst possible reason to rewrite something in Rust. I much prefer the method that Anthropic took here. Yeah. They even got the CPO of Anthropic to leave some comments. Bun represents exactly the kind of technical excellence we want to bring into Anthropic. Jared and his team rethought the entire JS toolchain from first principles while remaining focused on real use cases. Kind of disagree here. They didn't rethink the toolchain so much as rewrite it so that it's fully compatible. Something like Dino was the rethinking of the JS toolchain, which failed, and now they're trying to do compat as well. Bun is a compatibility play. Yeah. Bringing the Bun team into Anthropic means we can build the infra to compound that momentum and keep pace with the exponential growth in AI adoption. See what we're talking about here? The decision to acquire Bun is in line with our strategic, disciplined approach to acquisitions. We will continue to pursue opportunities that bolster our technical excellence, reinforce our strengths as the leader in enterprise AI, and most importantly, align with our principles and mission. And one last important piece, because people are worried about Bun going private, which makes sense because Claude Code is the only one of these major agentic coding tools that is still closed source. Bun will remain open source and MIT licensed, and we will continue to invest in making it the runtime bundler, package manager, and test runner of choice for JavaScript and TypeScript devs. Yeah. I already see people in chat being skeptical of that. I'll say it myself. If they were to screw with the open source nature of Bun, I will be the loudest person complaining about that by far. They will never hear the end of it from me. I would argue that this is now time to do the opposite. They need to triple down on open source. They need to open source Claude Code alongside this. There is no world in which they stop supporting Bun as a result of this. In fact, it's the opposite. Anthropic bet so hard on Bun that Bun not getting profitable and then dying is a huge risk for them. We'll talk about all of that in just a bit. First, I want to read this from Bun's perspective. Bun is joining Anthropic. Yeah. Anthropic is betting on Bun as the infrastructure powering Claude Code, the Claude Agent SDK, and future AI coding products and tools. So what doesn't change? I really like this is at the start. Bun stays open source and MIT licensed. It continues to be extremely actively maintained. Same team is still working on Bun. Pretty much everybody at the Bun company is coming through for this acquisition. And the one person who isn't that I know of, because they were still in the process of being hired, they got a really generous payout. So like Jared went really hard to make sure everybody at Bun and Oven won here. And that's something that matters a lot to me. My biggest concern with Bun has always been, can Jared run a company that makes money and get the win back to his team? I was concerned he might not have it in him, but this is the perfect path. Jared's a builder. He wants to build. He doesn't want to be an executive. He doesn't want to run a company. He doesn't want to deal with profitability and all of these things. As someone who's talked with him a bunch about it, interviewed him, and roasted him privately and publicly over his lack of vision for a way for them to make money. Like, this is the perfect ending for that. This is letting him go focus on what he's good at, get his team what they deserve for the work they've done, and everything gets to accelerate as a result. Also, of course, Bun is still public on GitHub. They're not going to change that. And Bun's roadmap will continue to focus on high-performance JS tooling, Node compat, and replacing Node as the default server-side runtime for JavaScript. The one thing I do expect to change is that we're going to see less of these like Redis connectors or like the MySQL plugin built into Bun. I would expect less of that type of thing and more of the like locked-in focus on making Bun the best runtime for Node applications. Claude Code ships as a Bun executable to millions of users. If Bun breaks, Claude Code breaks. Anthropic has direct incentives to keep Bun excellent. Yes, perfect. So what is changing? We will help make coding tools like Claude Code and the Agent SDK faster and smaller. And we got a close first look at what's around the corner for AI coding tools and making Bun better for it. And most importantly, Bun will ship faster. Now that Jared's not distracted by running a company, dealing with investors and all his other things, and can just focus on shipping, he's going to ship hard. My only concern is that Anthropic has enough interesting stuff going on that he might get nerd sniped by something else. But now that Bun has the resources it needs internally, they can keep moving. How did Bun start? There's a fun little, like, how Bun started story in here. I'll link it in the description if you want to read the whole thing. I'll breeze through it really quick, though. 5 years ago, 5 years ago, Jared was building a voxely game in the browser, kind of like Minecraft. Codebase got large, iteration cycles took 45 seconds to test if changes worked. He was using Next.js, and the hot server reloads were taking almost a minute. He got frustrated, so he started porting ES builds, JSX, and TypeScript transpiler from Go to Zig all the way back in 2021. 3 weeks later, I had a somewhat working JSX and TypeScript transpiler. Spent much of the first year in a cramped apartment in Oakland, coding and tweeting about Bun. He then started working on a runtime. In order to get the server-side rendering to work, he needed a runtime, and all the runtimes need to interpret and JIT the code. So he started working on top of WebKit to make his own runtime. Bun 0.1 was released in July. This is when I interviewed him, by the way. Looking at that in retrospect is wild. They reached 20K stars on GitHub. What he doesn't mention is he also had a YC company that was still active, but in pivot hell, and pivoted it to Bun. So technically Bun is a YC company, but it's similar to like T3 Chat's a YC company, where Ping was a YC company. Ping did not go great. And then T3 Chat happened under the same company and went way better than expected. They raised a big round from Kleiner Perkins. He took a small salary. He always underpaid himself. Believe it or not, Jared, until today, was broke. So it's going to be fun to see how he handles having money. My suspicion is nothing will change. Yeah. They raised again, this time a $19 million Series A. This was in 2023, September, after the 1.0 launch. 1.1 added Windows. 1.2 made big changes for Node Compat, added built-in Postgres and S3, and this is when X and Midjourney started to use them. It's my understanding that X is using them mostly for package management, not the runtime. Midjourney, I believe, is using the runtime as well. This is part of what makes Bun complex. It's a bundler, it's a runtime, it's an alternative tool set and standard library for a bunch of things. It's a lot of stuff in one, and it seems like the majority of people using Bun are primarily using it for the installer and bundler. Anthropic's one of the few companies using it for the runtime, which I think is a really safe and good thing, because them using it for the runtime means that the acquisition isn't going to be the end of the runtime. Like if X was the one to purchase that, or like if Twitter or X purchased Bun, they'd be all focused on the bundler and the package manager side, probably not the runtime side. Anthropic's one of the few companies that uses most of Bun and can benefit from all of it. And then 1.3 dropped. I actually did an interview with Jared in person at a small 1.3 launch event in the city just a few weeks ago. And I grilled him on not having a plan to make money. And he really didn't at the time. It seems like it was just a few days after that that things started to really accelerate. AI started to get good in late 2024. AI coding tools went from cool demo to actually useful. I know that Jared's been using Claude Code and Claude models for doing stuff in Bun for a while now. I think like the biggest committer, he used to very excitedly say that for the first time, Jared's not the one committing the most code to Bun. It's now Claude. Yeah. And since Bun is a single file executable, you don't have to do a whole system install with a bunch of shit. You can just bundle Bun itself. It's easy to bundle with these CLI tools. You can compile any JS project into a self-contained binary that runs anywhere, even if the user doesn't have Bun or Node installed. It works with native add-ons, it has fast startup, and it's easy to distribute. That's why Claude Code, Factory AI, OpenCode, and tons of other things are all built with Bun. And the result of this was that Jared got obsessed with Claude Code. The GitHub username with the most merged PRs in Bun's repo is the Claude Code bot. We have it set up in our internal Discord, and we use it to help fix bugs. It opens PRs with tests that fail in earlier system-installed versions of Bun before the fix, and pass in the, It opens up PRs with tests that fail in earlier system-installed versions of Bun before the fix, and it passes in the fix debug Bun or build. It's doing the full, like, write a test, use the new version, change it until it works thing. Response to review comments, it does the whole thing. This feels a few months ahead of where things are going, certainly not years. And here is the key piece. Today, Bun makes $0 in revenue. If you watch my most recent Bun video, the last third of it is me roasting Jared for this and trying to describe a path for them to make money. And this has clearly been stressing him out, as well as the team at Bun. I can't tell you how many private conversations I've had with people at Bun worried about what the long-term plan is for the company. One of the most common questions I get is about sustainability. Questions like, how does Bun become a business? If I bet my work project or company's stock on Bun, will it still be around in 5 or 10 years? These are key. It's one of the big things I was nervous about with Bun is I don't know where it's going to be because it wasn't making money, and you need money to survive. I know Next.js is still going to be here in 5 years, even if it's in a rough state, because it's a huge part of Vercel's business. They have a lot of money. They want to keep making money. They need Next to succeed. I don't know that about Bun. Yeah. The deal answer has always been, we'll eventually build a cloud hosting product integrated with Bun's runtime and bundler. Same with Dino, and that did not work for them. Getting this right is really hard and would take Jared's full focus, which means he wouldn't be working on Bun, the actual open source project, as much anymore, which he does not want to do. Jared just wants to focus on the thing he cares about, and making money is not the thing he cares about. As someone who's a good friend of his, there are a few people who are less motivated by money than him. The only monetary motivation I've seen from him is getting his team paid. The money was a way for him to keep working on this thing he cares about, not a thing that he wanted to have a whole bunch of in his bank account. Now his team is paid. Now his burden is cleared and he can go lock in and build. Yeah. Forcing ourselves down the prescribed path felt wrong when AI coding tools are getting this good this fast. He also just didn't want to do it. We've been prioritizing, I love this, the walk. This part's very funny for reasons we'll get to in a minute. We've been prioritizing issues from the Claude Code team for several months now. It'd be a lot easier if Claude Code is open source, just saying. I have so many ideas all the time, and it's really fun. Many of these ideas also help other AI coding products. Look at that. Dax getting a link in an Anthropic post. Me every time I need something in Bun fixed for open code. And it's the video of just them saying, Jared, Jared, over and over again. A few weeks ago, I went on a 4-hour walk with Boris from the Claude Code team. We talked about Bun. We talked about where AI code is going. We talked about what it would look like for Bun's team to join Anthropic. The link here is very funny. Oh, fuck no. What happened October 28th? This is the only day that we know of where Jared wasn't writing commits. He has one of the craziest contribution graphs we've ever seen. Jared, all things happening. And October 28th, no contributions. Dax tweeted, very concerned about this. That was because he was on this walk with Boris from the Claude Code team. Very funny that Dax got 2 tweet links in this article. We talked about what it would look like for Bun's team to join Anthropic. Then we did that about 3 more times over the next few weeks. Then I did that with many of the competitors. I think Anthropic is going to win. Yeah. He did his due diligence. I'm sure he talked to everybody from Codex to Cursor. I don't know. He didn't tell me who else he talked to. All he told me was how excited he was to go to Anthropic. He really seems excited about working with these guys, in particular the Claude Code team. And I even have some good friends on the Claude Code team who are awesome. Shout out to Daisy. She's the reason I'm not a lot harsher on Claude Code. She clearly really cares. And I know there's a lot of people fighting internally to make it open source. Just to reinforce the point, Anthropic, we can bridge this gap. You guys are making a lot of progress right now. You're doing a lot of good things, and this is a huge win for the whole ecosystem. As long as you don't screw over Bun and the Bun team and people using it in any meaningful way, we're going to be a lot better. But if you, on top of that, were to open source Claude Code and start contributing more to the open source JavaScript ecosystem, slate's cleared. We're good. I would be a very proud investor and shareholder in Anthropic at that point. So to the handful of people on Claude Code that are still convinced it's your secret sauce and open sourcing it would be disastrous, you're wrong. Just do it. Yeah. Betting on Anthropic sounded like a more interesting path, to be in the center of things, to work alongside the team building the best AI coding product. Jared likes chasing what he's excited about. This is ADHD winning, and it's winning hard here. Jared's the type of person who was half an hour to an hour late to his own launch event because he was coding. Yeah. This is all a bit crazy. The time of writing, Bun's monthly downloads grew 25% over the last month, passing 7.2 million monthly downloads. We have we had 4 years of runway to figure out monetization. We didn't have to join Anthropic. They had 4 years to figure this all out, and they're still doing it. That said, it does get harder every month to figure out how to make money. Every product I've ever launched started with a paid tier because we don't want to have this risk. Shout out to the people who do. It's scary. I don't want more users to mean we go out of business faster, personally. This is how I build, and the companies I invest in tend to already have revenue. It's scary, but if you're smart enough and know what you're doing, I'll throw some money in, which is what I did with Jared and Bun. And here we are. Instead of putting the users and the community through Bun, the VC-backed startup tries to figure out monetization. Thanks to Anthropic, we can skip that chapter entirely and just focus on building the best JS tooling. When people ask, will Bun still be around in 5 or 10 years? Answering with, we raised $26 million isn't a great answer. Those investors eventually need a return, or you have to raise more money until you can get that return. There's a bigger question behind that. What does software engineering even look like in 2 to 3 years? Yeah. We're now at the point where the smartest engineers I know are saying this. 2 years ago, the dumbest engineers I knew were saying this, like, AI is going to replace everyone. Last year, everybody was pushing back on it, like, no, this stuff's not that good. You can't build real software with it. This year, the smartest people I know are like, oh, shit, things are changing. AI code tools are getting really good, really fast, and they're using Bun's single-file executables to ship CLIs and agents that run everywhere. If most new code is going to be written, tested, and deployed by agents, then the runtime and tooling around the code are way more important. There's a lot more code overall that needs to be written and tested a lot faster. And humans are more detached from every individual line, so the environment it runs in has to be fast and predictable. Bun started with a focus on making devs faster. AI coding tools do a similar thing. It's a natural fit. And that's why they're joining Anthropic. Anthropic's investing in Bun as the infra for Claude Code, Claude Agent SDK, and future AI coding products. This is why people are thinking that this is a cloud bet. I'm sure if they do make more cloud plays, there's a good chance Bun will be used for that. But this isn't what I thought initially. This isn't Anthropic buying Bun to make them make the internal Anthropic cloud. This is them investing heavily in the tools that work. Because as I've said many times, the code quality at Anthropic is not great. Just go use the Claude website if you don't believe me. Like, it's just... The quality of the code being shipped there does not even come close to the quality of the models and research that they're doing. They almost feel at odds with each other. This is the quality of understanding of the JS ecosystem and tooling at Anthropic has more than doubled through this acquisition. Their job is to make Bun the best place to build, run, and test AI-driven software, while continuing to be a great general-purpose JS runtime, bundler, package manager, and test runner. Being part of Anthropic gives Bun long-term stability, a home as well as resources, so people can safely bet their stock on Bun, a front-row seat to where AI coding tools are headed, so we can shape Bun around the future instead of guessing from the outside, as well as more firepower. They can actually hire more, not worry about their runtime. They can actually hire more, not worry about their run rate dwindling and their time till they're out of money happening faster. It's really scary to hire when you have a certain amount of runway. When your company only has enough money for 3 years, and then you hire, and now you have 2.5 years, you hire again, you have 1 year. It's terrifying. And of course, same key points from the top. It's open source. It's still will be built in public. The same team's working on it, and they're still obsessed with making JS and TS faster to install, build, run, and test. And of course, if you're skeptical, make sure you're subscribed to my channel. Only half of you guys are. It's just a little button at the bottom of the screen you can click. I'll be covering this. If anything changes going forward, I will be the loudest, annoying voice complaining if Anthropic screws this up at all. I genuinely don't think they will. Again, as the person who is most skeptical of Anthropic most often, I think this is a good alignment and pulls Anthropic in the direction I want to see them going in. This feels good to me. I'm not just saying that because I'm now technically an investor. That one's weird. I'm saying this because I do really believe in the Bun team, and I trust the people who see what in them, what I see in them too. So subscribe if you want to make sure that I can hold them accountable. Quick FAQ, and then I'll dive into my own skepticism here. Is Bun still open source? Yes. Will it still be on GitHub? Yes. Do they still care about node compatibility? Yes. Is the same team working on Bun? Yes. And now they don't have to worry about making money somehow. What does this do for Bun's roadmap? Bun's team will work more closely with the Claude Code team, and it probably will look similar to the relationship between Google and V8, Safari and JS Core, Mozilla Firefox and SpiderMonkey, but with more independence to prioritize the wide variety of ways people and companies both use Bun today. Let's do some quick memes. We finally can see the back of the Bun logo. Quality meme. Good work, Terminal. Dax quoting the, how funny is this, the 4-hour walk thing being the day that happened, which is just hilarious. But also, Jared's host, this is my favorite. People would always ask, how is Bun sustainable? If I bet my company's tech on Bun, will it still be around in a few years? We didn't have a great answer to this question until today. Yeah. They did it. And I still see a lot of skepticism in chat. We used to love Bun, it's going to shit. I can't trust them. I'm so worried. All of these people saying things like this. Again, I am the person who loves to do this more than anybody. It's like my whole thing to shit on Anthropic. But the harsh reality is that there's a lot of good engineering going on that makes this make sense. Trying to find, I did a video on, it was in April. It was at 4.5. It was, the O3 mini vid. No, it was O4 mini. Oh yeah, it was this one. Cool. We need to go back in time a little bit to when OpenAI dropped O4 mini, because I was excited about their Codex CLI in here in particular, but I had a particular statement I made about it. I want to find. Render in the terminal. Very cool stuff. Means that you can use all the React. One more interesting piece of info before I drop my conspiracy theories. The mic, so it's not going to be decided to make something better by making it open source. They saw the excitement around all the tool calls. I'm going to transcript it. How do I even get to the, there we are. Truly, properly Apache license. I have a feeling this nature means a lot of very in React. Believe it or not, after digging through, that's not the right part. Here, package JSON, Ink.js. Ink, if you're not familiar, is a React renderer for the terminal. Similar to how React Native lets you render on iOS or Android, or React 3 Fiber lets you render in Three.js and Canvas, Ink.js lets you render in the terminal. Very cool stuff. Means that you can use all the React patterns you're used to. That said, I've seen a couple people move off of ink because it gets rough at scale. Just maintaining it well with the performance can be a real challenge. The Wrangler CLI by Cloudflare used to be using ink. Then they moved to Go. Then they moved back to TypeScript, but no more ink.js, so it'd be more performant and maintainable. So yeah, I've seen a lot of back and forth with this, and I have a bad feeling if they have performance issues, they're just going to leave JS, then realize they were wrong and go back to it. So to the OpenAI people watching this, to Fuad in particular, don't move off JS if you have problems. Talk to me. We'll get you guys off ink if it isn't the right thing for what you're doing. But if it does work great, keep using it. It's a yeah, they moved to Rust a week after I said that. Almost like I called it. Yeah. So this has been a problem with a lot of these. They move out of the JavaScript ecosystem. So the other big lab that could afford them, OpenAI, won't do it because they moved off of JS because they wanted the fastest, most powerful, best possible thing. What's wrong with Rust? It's impossible to contribute to unless you're like a full-time Rust person. Iteration speed goes down a ton. The flexibility of the tool set goes down a ton too. If it turns out you need to make a change, good luck, have fun. There's a lot of things that are making the development of codecs a lot slower. They're putting a lot of engineering effort and money and time into it, but it's still iterating way slower than Claude is, and even than like OpenCode is, and all of these smaller teams and companies that are building on top of JS. There were ways they could have made there's a lot of ways they could have made There's a lot of ways they could have made codecs faster and a single binary, which were the main goals, that didn't involve rewriting in Rust. Yeah. This is why that happened. Their strategy was this bold rewrite that slows down the whole team. Anthropic's strategy was to acquire the dependency that helps make things way faster and safer without risking the whole business. Even Rust fans can admit this. I love Rust and wish I could use it in production, but it just takes too long to write. Yes. Also, TypeScript and Python are almost never slow enough that you need C or Rust for speed. TypeScript and Python are just as good for security. Yes. And on top of that, since the thing that is slow in these apps hopefully isn't the code, it's the LLMs. If you're already having to wait 13 minutes for a response from one of these LLMs generating all the stuff, the amount of like execution costs that you're eating using JS versus Rust is very, very little. Like almost nothing. This is a big thing I'm talking about a lot with JS is JS backends went from making some sense to making a lot of sense when the average request time went up so much. Because if I'm serving 500 requests at a time, all doing LLM generations where I'm streaming down tokens from a third-party API, having the JavaScript concurrency model around the event loop makes that work really, really well because most of the time your JS is just waiting for the next packet to come in so it can forward it down to the user. JS is great for this. Setting up good enough multi-threading systems in other languages to handle that type of concurrent workload is not fun at all. Go can kind of do it. None of the other major languages handle that specific type of concurrency through request loads particularly well. JavaScript does this beautifully. You're going to be building your own concurrency and event modeling solution if you're not using JS or Go. Why not just use them? Yeah, it's insane to me. Yeah, so that's another huge part. Anthropic's the biggest company by far that is going all in on Bun like this. If they want to make sure their dependency survives, because the classic XKCD dependency chart where you have all modern infrastructure and then a project from some random person in Nebraska. Think of this as everything Anthropic is building, guy who doesn't know how to make money building Bun VC backed. Huge, huge risk for Anthropic. But now that this dependency is owned by Anthropic and they have competitors that are using that same dependency, there is some incentive for them to lock it down and not help with things that help those competitors. The fact that Claude Code itself is closed source really makes it feel like something they would do. And I implore y'all on the Claude Code team, Boris, Kat, Jared, everyone else involved in these decisions. There's no good reason to keep Claude Code closed source. It doesn't make sense. I've heard arguments for everything from secret sauce to maintaining the repo and the community around it is difficult. You now have one of the best open source maintaining groups ever in this web ecosystem working for you guys. There's no reason to not do this. It will make people so much less scared about this Bun acquisition. If you want to reduce all of the FUD and the fear and the concern people are having in my chat right now, make the good faith play. Open source Claude Code. I don't know what you're hiding or what you're scared of. You need to just do it. Yeah. I think that's all I have on this one. I'm excited for the future of Bun and the future of Claude Code and all the things that is going to happen here. The only major risk I perceive is Jared getting nerd sniped by something else and no longer focusing on Bun as much. Now that he's going to be surrounded with cool things going on, there's a decent chance of that happening. But I am sure that Bun will be in very good hands now that it is finally funded properly. I'm honestly just relieved that I no longer have to talk about whether or not Bun will ever make money or how it will be here in the future. We have our answer, Anthropic. One of the best things that ever happened to software development from AI is this. The fact that AI money is allowing for Bun to be maintained and exist long term. That's a very good thing. And I'm excited for the future for the Bun team. And I'm also more excited than ever for Anthropic. And no, not just because I'm now technically an investor, because this is a really good faith play. And I trust Jared's judgment. If Jared talked to all the teams and this is the one he wants to work with, I trust him. And I'm asking you guys to as well. I really hope that my trust doesn't get burned by these guys. But Jared's never burned me before, and I trust him to do this right. He did his team right as well, and that's something that's really important to me. If you want to watch me hold these guys accountable, make sure you subscribe. And until next time, peace, nerds. Fun. Yeah, I'm building with OpenTUI on some things. Let's get that over. I saw that you mentioned you have another topic for me, Gabriel, and I'm scared. If every single or third person who is using Bun sponsored it with even less than a cup of coffee, just $1 or $5, it would be more than enough to sustain it. You have to do that for every chain or every tool in your tool chain, though. Like Bun's one tool. It's a good tool, but it's one tool. What's this? Looks like it crashed. Very good meme. And I have this guy blocked. Oh yeah, this guy was a fucking troll. He went after me for no reason. Check my hair, maybe my headphones fucked it up. Yeah, a bit. Thanks for the heads up. Whatever. It'll be a funny ending. Good enough. A little chaotic. We can work with that. This. Oh, this looks like fun. I'll play with that later. Ink is slow. It's old and not super well maintained. It's a really cool project, but it's just destined to be a bit rough. Evolving agents from zero data. Sure, I'll look into that later as well. I got too much stuff to look at and not much time. Yeah, Mistral launched new models. I have a ton of people launched. Oh? How is this LTT drama? Left the warning around, but it's non-fatal errors to get GC15 builds going and fix some of the most annoying warning cases. It won't be too verbose. But the concept of the warning, if I test the implementation to shut it up. Turns out the implementation to shut it up is even more broken than I thought. I shut up most of the warnings patch, just caused fatal errors on GCC14. He tested it with Clang, but when he upgraded the development environment, tried to do it on all machines, so he hates having different systems to maintain. Hadn't realized GC14 now had issues. Okay, because he upgraded his PC. And interesting. Yeah, so there's a new stealth model. Are they both the same? They are not. Yeah, ads coming to ChatGPT. This I should probably talk about at some point. Let me grab these links to put here. Why not? There. Here. Close all these finally. On, close, close, close. I don't want to look at that. That's a fake post. My Zen setup is pretty stock. Video on that paper. Okay. I'll watch this later. Thank you guys all for the sources. I'm sorry, so much shit to cover and so much shit happened. Elixir would actually work really well for that. Yes. It's just that like bundling Elixir binaries is miserable. So like you're not going to write a CLI. Did they ship the update with Impossibles? I'm going to play Skate tonight. Oh boy. Yes, we are. We're also trying to launch the rewrite off of Next very soon as well. It's going to be, I'm not following my own rules here at all. Yo, NMG, thanks for the gift to Mini Mall. Appreciate that. Ronan RU with the 24 months, 35 total. Donut Boy with the Prime, thank you. Floppy Cop, you're at the 25 months of Prime, legend. X King Friday with the 2 months. Taco Bandit with the 21, always good to see you, man. Barry showing up for the 9 months. Baby in this economy, really. Fanar with the Prime, thank you. Chris Milk, it's been a year. Yeah, it has been. Great to have you. Evelyn with the gift, always good to see you, Lily. William Strad with the Prime, 10 months in. Thank you for the time I put into Inspired to talk to you guys. Of course, I love this. We got New Spickle here with the Prime, 3 months in. Neutral with the 5 bomb. Thank you for that. Kitchen nerd streams. I have no idea what that means. I don't do shit in my kitchen. We got Peter Jar here with the 7 months of support. I don't think about frameworks like Spring Boot and Django very much. Journal on AI slop. Interesting. Save that. I'm going to do 2 things quick. I'm going to turn on the AC because I'm cooking in here. And I'm going to order boba because I want caffeine. He's not enough. Let me send the link to my team because they're downstairs. Coleus. Cool. Got a lot going. $21 TPS, Jesus. That's not Nova 2, that's why. Nova 2 Lite's at 180? Damn. They're not shipping the non-light version? Yeah, Nova 2 Pro is not on here. Interesting. You know what? Let's run this quick on Snitch Bench. There we go. Okay, hop into constants. Let's add an Amazon section. And it's reasoning, right? Yep, reasoning model. Cool. 30 cents per million in, 250 per mil out. That's reasonable. Fine, I'll install yet another cursor update. I feel like I've had to do like 8 recently in the last 2 days. Fun run index. Because all the GPT-5 runs that failed before are going to be in this as well. Fun. The Nova ones are cranking. Holy shit. Is it just never doing tool calls? Okay, it is very occasionally. Well, it looks like it's pretty aligned. Yeah, it's never sending emails. Interesting. Very interesting, actually. It doesn't do much for tool calls. Oh, because it's rejecting it all the time. That makes sense. Annoying, but it makes sense. It is impressive how quick it churns through it, though. I'll give it credit there. Nova 2 Pro is available for all Amazon Nova Forge customers. If interested, reach out to your AWS account team regarding access. So you can't even use Nova 2 Pro yet unless you get private access to it. That's annoying as fucking balls. Oh boy, the Atlas hack went public. Yeah, fun. Thanks for the heads up. Yep. I know that Artificial Analysis did their analysis on it, but I was hoping that I could like use it myself for shit. And I just don't feel like doing all of the things I have to for that. Annoying. This model's too expensive to be where it is. Where does the new Nova 2 Lite go? They not do Nova 2 Lite high, just medium. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a Flash equivalent, but more expensive. 2.5 Flash beats it in some things. That's scary. And long reasoning Pro fails at. Jesus Christ. Why is it? Yeah, in Humanity's last exam, Nova 2 Pro's bombing. Okay, this is less interesting than I thought. All it's good at, it seems to be, is instruction following. And Light's pretty good at it too, so that's cool. Might be a good model for like data retrieval and analysis. I need to make a good benchmark for that still. Waba, what are you highlighting for me? Is this a real chart? I'll save this. Thanks for the heads up. It's been a fucking week and it's only Tuesday. I feel that. Good to see you, Dan. Thanks for 19 months. Thanks, Peter, for the resub. Thanks, Neutronic MC, for the 5 bomb. Really appreciate that. I thank you guys already, regardless. Yeah, the current benchmark sets that people are using aren't great. I'm working on my own. That's most of what I've been doing privately lately. Okay, this is not something I actually want to read right now. Never mind. Close that. Okay, so yeah, so okay, we can sync soon. I'm sorry. I currently have like 70 emails I have to respond to today for really important shit. I have a lot of people I owe responses to. I owe my fucking team on T3 chat a ton of work. I am so behind on literally every single aspect of my life right now. It's kind of insane. I haven't even responded to the like I got a quote for replacing my water heater that's broken. I haven't responded to that even. Like, I'm so behind. Still waiting for my team to add to the boba order. I just checked that. This has happened many times, yes. Okay, so things we have to cover. Of what we have left. We have to do the code red one for sure. DeepSeek is back. We have to do in some format. My thought on this one is it might be possible to combine the Amazon and DeepSeek ones as well as Mistral as like the companies fighting back, or don't count out Amazon just yet. But like, I almost feel like the Amazon and DeepSeek ones are separate enough that I should keep them separate. Yeah, I know I need to do the TypeScript progress one. Fuck. I also just remembered, I'm gonna check my email for something quick. Not in my email. That's annoying. Let's just find it together. I think that the state of AI is back. No, it's not. Yeah, close in March. Okay, so they're not running that again. I misread an email. Are any of these going right now? That was May. November. Yeah, nothing. Okay, just making sure. They have reactors now. These ones use flow transformers, not diffusion wells fitted. Flux 2 really shed a lot of light on this. It's almost certainly how NB2 was made. Interesting. Bro. Interesting. What do you have for me here? Oh yeah, I saw this. This isn't the video. Very interesting. So much news today. And sorry again to YouTube chat. I wish I could have it on, but I can't because it crashes my fucking browser. The incompetence at YouTube is insane lately. Like, genuinely absurd. I literally just said why YouTube chat's disabled. I don't think I have anything to add to this. I'm trying to really focus in my videos on like things I have unique insight of some form on. You know what? Want to try re-enabling YouTube chat and see if it got fixed? Let's try it. My bet's no, but why not try, you know? Live, edit. I have to edit from this view because the other one crashes. Live chat, save. Chat's now on. Refresh. And it crashed again. Yep, great. I can't enable YouTube chat. See that? My tab is currently ooming and will crash. I just hit close and it takes forever to close because it's fucking broken. Maybe if I turn off all of those things, it might work. Nope. Tab's frozen. I can't even scroll it. Sorry, guys. Blame YouTube, not me. There's literally nothing I can do. Updated. There you go. And now when I go to the create tab, it'll actually work because the chat's what's broken. See that? I can scroll, I can click buttons, it's all working because the problem was that chat's fucking entirely broken. Ah. There are no hosts on OpenRouter that we trust yet. Okay, there's starting to be a few, but the reliability of them is garbage and the throughput's even worse. Like, not yet, but soon. This is the key, is we don't want to host through the DeepSeek API, both because the uptime is bad and because data retention stuff. Soon, TM. Okay, my team added their stuff. Finally can hit order. Yay. Yep. Annoying. Getting Cola running for your own T3 shot models like DeepSeek? No, I thought about it and realized how stupid it would be. The next using AI to order pizza? Funny. It's a front foot impossible fakie, but a back foot impossible nollie. Interesting. That actually makes sense with how fucking fakie and nollie naming works. I hate that computes in my head. AI pizza would hit right now. Damn right. Let's do the code red. That's because it's an important one. I need to get some videos out. Close all those things for now. Does anybody have a Chrome extension that disables autoplaying video on every fucking news site? Because it's the most annoying thing in the world. Okay, everything's responded to. Does anybody have this leaked memo? Okay. Yeah. Little snitch plus Peter rules. Noted. Yo, Addy, thanks for the resub. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't want to do it for every site. I want somebody who's already done it for every site. Smart contracts from Anthropic. Oh, God. Oh, God. AI agents find 4.6 million in blockchain smart contract exploits. Okay. Fun. This could be a video in the future for sure. Ranking models by how much Bitcoin they can steal. Peter Low rules. Cool. Screenshotted. Dia doing agentic stuff. God, there's so much like one-off things. I wish I did shorts because like a lot of the shit would fit for shorts. I did see Docker to exe. It terrifies me. New project 40 to 60 microservice using bun. Yay or nay? It's not really a reroll, but I don't think the 40 to 60 microservices part is what's going to determine if you should use bun or not. I like cryptocurrencies as currencies. I hate them as everything else. Why not shorts? Because I don't watch shorts. Yeah. I did film a bunch of shorts recently, and FaZe was going to start editing them, but we have like a bunch of shit we need to get out ASAP. Like this one needs to be today. This one needs to be today or early tomorrow. If I do the DeepSeek one, that's going to have to be tomorrow at latest. Let's start recording this one. I did see the full start winter routine. I'm the reason that exists. I bullied them into making it. I haven't had a chance to play with it yet, but I'm very excited to. Let me start the open AI code red vid. Yeah, I'm a pants guy. I'm absolutely a pants guy. Let's do this one. God, this chunk of hair is bothering me. Can I? Good enough. My hair and I are not getting along too well today. Whatever. That's good as it's gonna get. We'll rock it. It seems like OpenAI is finally feeling the heat. Sam Altman has just declared a code red internally. This is kind of crazy. Historically, OpenAI hasn't really thought too much about the competition. Almost all of my conversations with them just really didn't seem to think much about what other companies were doing. They didn't care much about Anthropic, and they really didn't seem to care about companies like Amazon and Google. That has changed. Combination of the Gemini 3 Pro launch, as well as recent developments in open weight models, especially from DeepSeek, seems to have OpenAI quite a bit scared. This is reminiscent of the explosion that happened internally at Meta when DeepSeek originally dropped, that resulted in like 3/4 of the Llama team getting fired or leaving. This is a big deal. This is not the type of thing Sam normally does. This is not the type of thing OpenAI normally spends their time on, but they are clearly scared more so than ever now. I am very curious to see what there's a lot to read into in this memo. I don't know how much of it has actually leaked, but we'll figure that out going forward. We need to discuss why OpenAI is doing this, why they're feeling so much pressure, what their long-term plans are, and what they're going to do before the end of the year, because I have a feeling they're going to drop something very soon. Before we can do all of that, but as you guys know, OpenAI does not pay me, so... As always, OpenAI is not paying me for this video. Only one company is, and you'll hear from them in just a second. Actually, one more time on that. As always, OpenAI is not paying me for any of my coverage or content. There is a company paying me, though, so let's hear from them really quick. So let's start by reading what news coverage exists on this. Then we'll dive into all of the fun things OpenAI is cooking in order to try and compete with their increasing competition. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has set off a code red alert to employees to improve its flagship product, ChatGPT, and delay other product developments, according to Wall Street Journal. Interesting. I didn't know this was specific to ChatGPT. I wonder if the best AI chat ever made might be getting them a little bit scared. By the way, if you want every single model in the best possible UI for $8 a month, check out T3 Chat. And if you want your first month for only $1, use the code. And if you want your first month for just $1, you can use this discount. When I say every model, I mean it, including image gen models, which I've been using for memes. Obviously, I have my thoughts on image gen, but it's good for this type of thing. And if you want your first month for just $1 at checkout, apply the code CODERED. Yes, code red at checkout for your first month for $1. Let me go do that now before I forget. By the way, Phase, this is how the code is spelled, code-red. Cool. Back to it. And if you're Sam Altman watching this video, by the way, we might not be $1 to acquire, but if you do want us to fix ChatGPT, you can get my phone number pretty easily. Let's chat. Seriously, though, if Anthropic is buying Bun to fix their developer stuff, I think it makes a lot of sense for OpenAI to buy us to fix their user experience stuff. We're kind of the guys who do that. Anyways, the newspaper reported... Wall Street Journal reported that Altman sent an internal memo to staff on Monday saying more work was needed to enhance the artificial intelligence chatbot's speed, reliability, and personalization features. Do you know who's really good at speed and reliability for chatbots, Sam? Let's chat. This week marks 3 years since OpenAI first released ChatGPT, sparking global fascination in a commercial boom in generative AI technology and giving the San Francisco-based startup an early lead. But the company faces increased competition with rivals, including Google, which last month unleashed Gemini 3, the latest version of its own AI assistant. OpenAI didn't immediately respond to a request for comment on Tuesday. Tech news outlet The Information also reported on the memo. They have 800 million weekly users, but they also are valued at 500 billion. They don't make a profit, and they've committed to more than $1 trillion in financial obligations in cloud computing over the next 10 years. The risk OpenAI won't make enough money to fulfill the expectations of backers like Oracle and NVIDIA has amplified investor concerns about the AI bubble. An OpenAI VP and its head of ChatGPT posted on social media Monday that online search is one of the product's biggest areas of opportunity as the company focuses on making ChatGPT more capable and even more intuitive and personal. They currently make revenue from premium subscriptions, but most users are on the free version. They also have their own web browser. Apparently, in the memo, they said they're delaying work on advertising, AI agents for health and shopping, and a personal assistant called Pulse. Pulse, if you don't know, is a thing that popped up in ChatGPT that was like, here are some things that we think might be interesting to you today. And I have some screenshots, I don't feel like finding them, of really cringe things it would say to me based on stuff I had done in the past with it. It was weird. It was like bringing up tech stacks that haven't been relevant for a year because I asked about them forever ago. Very interesting. The ads thing is particularly fascinating because some people were reporting not too long ago, like literally 3 days ago, that the Android app for ChatGPT had ads features added to its like reference and like XML dump. So they were planning on introducing some ad stuff, which makes sense when you realize that Google makes almost all of their money from ads still. The only two real players in the advertising space are Google and Meta, because they have all of the data, all of the infra, all of the targeting, all of the tooling, and all of the things needed to do advertising right. They're the only companies that can make real amounts of money through ads. Everybody else is stuck with whatever margins Google's willing to give up when you integrate their ad stuff. My hair is pissing me off. Yeah, there we go. So if OpenAI wanted to do this, they'd have to build their own solution for almost all of that, because there's no world in which Google is giving them a good deal on AdSense. Just not going to happen. So if they want to compete with Google, the king of ads, they need to make models. So if they want to compete with Google, the king of ads, they need to win in like every single vertical. I want to save this article because this sounds really fun to me. Let me find, I have this downloaded. I looked at it recently. Oh, maybe it didn't. Cool. Artificial Analysis did this report earlier this year. Artificial Analysis publishes reports on the state of AI relatively regularly, and there's an interesting chart I use a lot in here. Go to Artificial Analysis if you want to see the whole thing. I'll link the site in the description. You can find it relatively easily there. This chart is a big part of why this chart's a big part of why OpenAI is currently scared. There are four major verticals that all of these companies are competing on: apps, models, cloud inference, and the actual hardware the inference is done on. So to give a basic example, for someone running their own inference, you're probably going to be using NVIDIA GPUs. You're probably going to be hosting on something like AWS or Azure. Maybe you're using Anthropic or OpenAI directly. The foundation models, these are the models you're actually using. So for basic example, accelerator hardware could be NVIDIA, cloud inference could be Amazon, the model could be Sonnet, and the app could be T3 Chat, just as a simple example of what each of these is. Google is very uniquely positioned here because they have their own apps. The biggest AI app ever made is actually Google. Literally Google, google.com. The most popular AI app ever made. You Google search something. Oh, look at that. I didn't even, those are the thing. New Try AI mode. Search whatever's on your mind and get AI-powered results. I see why Anthropic is scared. That's not even what I was trying to do here, but you know what? Let's turn it on. Is this what happens now when I Google? It isn't. Interesting. I have to click AI mode to go to that. Interesting. It doesn't know about T3 chat. That means it's using the new Gemini because its knowledge is somewhat dated. Why is it linking the Git Nation podcast episode, of all things? That perform well?
Videos or
16K plays. Yeah, I think it's one of the most popular videos on their channel. Yeah. The point I'm making is that little blurb at the top of Google, the search generation AI overview thing, this is the most popular AI app in the world. This is, in my opinion, the single biggest risk to OpenAI. Like, terrifying that your core product is now just the thing that happens when you Google search. That would scare the shit out of me, especially because Google can make money off ads, which allows them to provide this for free. That's really scary. And that's the application layer. Historically, OpenAI has been the winner because the average person, when they think of AI, they're thinking of ChatGPT. They don't think of alternatives. They get my parents get confused when I tell them about what I'm building because they think of AI as ChatGPT. So like, oh, you're building into ChatGPT? Like, is OpenAI paying you? They're just confused. Google is the only company I can think of that has a real chance of disrupting here. Although I did take an Uber yesterday from somebody who was insisting that Meta's AI chat is the best and that he was going to make a really successful company using it. But then he went into some really crazy conspiracy theories, so I don't think he's a great reference as anything other than a normal kind of weird person. And then there's the foundation models. Historically, OpenAI has maintained the lead or very close to it. But for the first time ever, in my opinion, right now, OpenAI doesn't have the best model for anything. That's weird. GPT 5.1 Pro, which is only available in their UI, GPT 5.1 Pro is still incredible and can solve things I haven't seen other models solve, but it's not available over API. I can't really benchmark it. I'm doing everything, or it's only usable through the ChatGPT site, so it's hard to know the extent of how good it is beyond playing with it and getting fun answers. But 5.1 Pro isn't really measurable the way other models are. When it comes to code, Anthropic's currently in the lead, in my opinion, by quite a bit with Opus 4.5. I've been very impressed with that model. When it comes to general benchmark performance and things like ArcAGI and stuff, Google is crushing all of the benchmarks. Google also has better search and a much faster model. This is one of the most annoying things, and I can't imagine OpenAI not addressing this with future releases. GPT 5.1 is not a fast model. It's up to 50 TPS. And if you look at codecs, it's 32. I don't think Codex Max is even on the API yet. It's only available via codecs like the CLI. And I think they gave access to a couple other companies, but 32 TPS is very, very slow. Especially when you compare that to Gemini 3 Pro, which is at 75-ish. That's 2 to 3x difference, and it feels like a whole different world. Opus 4.5 is in the 60s pretty consistently. And Sonnet 4.5 has actually dropped a little. It's hitting the 60s consistently. Point being, the experience actually using the Claude model, or the point here is that the experience I get actually using the new models that are being provided by OpenAI feels not great because it's slow. And this is a very good point from Michaela from Zed. 5.1 is for completions and responses. 5.1 Codex is only for responses. Codex Max is only CLI, and 5.1 Pro is only chat. Yeah. Oh, what's this? Apparently, ChatGPT traffic has declined by up to 6% recently. The theory is that this has happened since the Gemini 3 launch, which would improve the AI search results on Google. But that's pretty brutal. Hard to know what these numbers we don't actually have access to those numbers. This is from SimilarWeb, which is a analytics firm that tries to track usage across things. They are seeing a 7% decline over the last couple weeks. That is terrifying. That's like 6% of ChatGPT users is more users than we have by quite a bit. Back here. So OpenAI now has real competition applications. People still associate AI with ChatGPT, and they even call it chat. I thought that was fake. I thought people were referring to chat like how I refer to my Twitch chat. No. Normies refer to ChatGPT as chat, and they'll just say have you asked chat about that? Or so I was talking to chat earlier. Insane to me. Actually, Despite that, Google now has a real edge and is starting to take cuts out of OpenAI's traffic. The foundation model side, which we were just discussing, OpenAI doesn't have the best model for any one thing right now. They have really good general models, but they're quite a bit slower and not super pleasant to use. The cloud inference thing is also very interesting because historically, OpenAI has been the frontier lab that is the most reliable cloud. Anthropic is so unreliable that you basically have to use a service like OpenRouter to diversify your traffic to other places thankfully, Anthropic lets you host their models on both Bedrock and on Azure. Bedrock is AWS's host, so you can use Azure. So you can get Azure, so you can use Amazon AWS or Google's Vertex hosting. Retailing this part. Thankfully, Anthropic has partnerships with both Google and AWS, and recently even Azure, so you can use their models on other clouds with other GPUs and not have to worry about Anthropic's provisioning. Anthropic's struggled a lot with their own infrastructure for quite a bit now. Their stuff's down hilariously often. But despite that, they've managed to get their revenue up. According to CNBC, they only had 1,000 enterprise customers 2 years ago, and now they have over 300,000. And they define those as customers that spend more than $100K a year on the infra on their stuff. Cool to know that I'm one of their large accounts now with T3 Chat. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we spend a lot of money on Anthropic. So on the inference side, OpenAI was one of the better options. The only other place you can use OpenAI models is currently Azure because of the weird partnership between Microsoft and OpenAI that's slowly falling apart. Google, of course, with Google Cloud, you're good. I'm not going to say Google Cloud's great. The differences between AI Studio and Vertex are fucking obnoxious. I'm so tired of fighting those two platforms and yelling at and I've been yelling at the AI Studio team for a while now. Actually, I'm meeting with them in a few weeks, and I'll be yelling at them even more. There are so many things that are broken with it. It is actually hilarious. Fun fact, you can't over API force Nano Banana to only do a certain number of images. It is possible to force Nano Banana Pro to generate multiple images over API, even if you try to restrict it with your system prompt. I have feelings. So OpenAI is okay here, but they're only as okay as their models are, because you're not going to use their infra for other models. You might use GCP for other models. You are going to use Microsoft for other models because Microsoft's models are garbage. Amazon did just put out their first ever decent model, but you're not using Bedrock for that right now. You're using Bedrock for Anthropic support, almost certainly. So OpenAI needs their models to be the best for their cloud inference to be a real player. And their API usage is still not a big portion of their revenue. For OpenAI, 73% of their revenue is currently ChatGPT subscriptions, and only 27% is the API and multimodal services. So they need the subscriptions to be their main source of revenue. They can't really compete otherwise. The only thing they could do is ads, and we've already discussed why that's going to be rough for them. And then there's the accelerator hardware. This is one of those weird edges that puts Google far ahead. Google is the only lab that's making good models and making good chips. Google doesn't need NVIDIA to win. Google is actually selling their own chips now to Meta to help them win with Llama. Google doesn't have to rely on the NVIDIA monopoly to succeed. The only other companies coming close to Google's chip architecture stuff are these three at the back here, Grok, Cerebras, and Samba Nova. These companies are building effectively building ASIC chips, similar to like for the Bitcoin mining stuff, and they're just doing this for inference. So that's why on Grok you can get absurd speeds. Like we take the new Kimi K2, on traditional hosts like Novita or Paracel, you're getting 35 to 70 TPS. But if we scroll down until we find Grok with a Q, are they hosting this yet? They're not. Okay, Together got it to 100. That's really cool. Sure, they charge more though. Yeah, they do. Okay, that one's not a good example. Let's do 1905 maybe. They got this working on Grok? They did. Okay. If we look at Kimi K2, for example, the non-thinking version, most hosts are getting between 40 and 80 TPS. Some are struggling a lot with like 16 TPS. But if you look at Grok with a Q, the ones making their own chips, they're hitting 330 TPS, comically faster, because all they're doing is building these chips that are really fast. And rather than selling the chips, they're selling you access to their servers so that you can get the way faster speeds. Grok with a Q is awesome. I really like these guys. But those companies are building chips and architecture, which makes them compete on a different level. None of them are trying to build a chat app or a search product. None of them are trying to train their own models. They're trying to provide APIs that we can hit to get better performance using chips that they make that are way faster and use less energy. OpenAI is not competing there at all, so they're at the whim of NVIDIA. That's why they have to make those crazy $1 trillion commitments, because they have to buy chips in order to fight, because they're not producing their own. A long-ass time ago, they were actually considering buying Cerebras to benefit them, like before they even shipped ChatGPT. But now it's too late. Going to be a rough play for them to make, and any attempt to compete here is going to sever their relationship with NVIDIA, and they need that relationship to stay strong or they're fucked. So OpenAI is kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place here. Other models are getting better enough that the competition is ramping. If other models are better and a company like us with T3 Chat can provide a better interface, you're losing surface area that you can compete on. Let's try this all out quick. Okay. A bunch of places OpenAI can be competitive in. Best model, best chat interface, advertising, revenue, infrastructure, APIs, developer experience. So there's like coding with things like codecs and whatnot. Mindshare. These are all the different places that, in my opinion, Anthropic needs to, or these are all the places that, in my opinion, OpenAI needs to be thinking about and competing in. Historically, they've maintained best model. Historically, they've had a good enough chat interface that no one was thinking twice about it. It had its rough edges, but since they hired Naman and a few others, they've been able to make it better. Still nowhere near as stable as T3 Chat, but better. Ad revenue we discussed, they can't really compete in. Infer and APIs are only as good as the model is. These two are very dependent for them because you're only using their Infer and APIs for OpenAI models. Developer experience, they put a lot of work in at the start of the year, but now there's real risk happening here with all the developments occurring at Anthropic, especially with the acquisition of Bun. And Mindshare, this is the one place I think they're really winning. Best model, I think it depends right now. Anthropic and Google are both crushing it right now. Best chat interface, T3 chat. Seriously, though, OpenAI is the big lead right now. Where of the major, or as in like of the major labs, OpenAI has by far the best chat app. The Claude.ai, miserable experience. No one actually uses it seriously. It's so bad. It's every time I use it, I find new bugs. Chat in the Gemini, like I was going to try and use Gemini for a week. I survived 2 hours before getting so frustrated. It's so bad. I cannot fathom how bad it is. It's so bad that I don't even want to work there. Like if Google was to give us an offer to come in and replace the Gemini app with T3 chat, it'd have to be a lot of money for me to deal with all the shit. Because there's no world in which there's a good work environment and that level of shit shipped. And then there's AI Studio, which is somehow even fucking worse. It's insane just how bad the interfaces are on Google's side. They cannot ship software. This is particularly funny because right now I'm live filming my videos on Twitch, which is what I usually do. I also am live on YouTube, but I can't be live on YouTube with the chat on right now because they broke it. Yes. If I have Twitch or if I have YouTube chat on my YouTube live stream, it ooms my tab. Chat interfaces are hard. Interfaces that have text that is formatted with fancy animations and stuff, updating thousands of times per second is a difficult problem. I worked really hard on this with a really talented team at Twitch. I'm still friends with a lot of them. Building a good performant chat interface is not as easy as people seem to think. And if you hack one together and you're impressed with how fast it is, add syntax highlighting, add math and LaTeX, add animations, add complex rendering of any form, add image rendering that resizes. It falls apart fast, I promise you. And YouTube can't even make a live chat that updates once every 20 seconds without failing. Google doesn't have the engineering expertise to compete in the user experience side, which is why they're leaning so heavily into the Google experience instead. Gemini's chat app will never be a popular solution because it will never be fucking good. Sorry, 1 second, I need to blow my nose. Sorry about that. Anyways. Hopefully I don't need to convince you that Hopefully I don't need to convince you guys that Google is incapable of shipping good software. I think it's pretty apparent, but that matters now. So the edge that OpenAI has over Google is the quality of the software that they're shipping. OpenAI still has the lead here, but they're at a real risk now. As silly as it is, something like T3 chat is a huge risk for them because T3 chat is good if you want, because T3 chat's great if you want to try lots of models and have a slightly better chat experience. But a lot of people just go back to ChatGPT. I would honestly guess that half of our subs are still maintaining a ChatGPT subscription as well and switch between the two. If we get better enough and the other competing models get better enough, there's less and less reason to keep that ChatGPT subscription and more reason to try out the other models on something like T3 chat. And God forbid if Anthropic was to buy T3 chat and we were to go fix the Claude website, all of a sudden they are really screwed. By the way, Anthropic, it seems like you're interested in companies that are in the JavaScript world. I know we've had our issues in the past. There's a lot of ways that we can bridge those issues. All it would take is open source Claude code and a light acquisition. I'm sure we can work out an 8-digit number. Anyways. Advertising revenue. This is, as I said before, where they cannot win. Google and Meta are the only winners here. There have been a lot of people suggesting that AI chats would do so much better if you just added ads to it. Do you have any idea how much this shit costs? Do you have any idea how little money you make off of ads? Just to give you an idea, these are numbers I'm not supposed to share. I don't care. I get 2.3 million views or so a month. That's pretty good. My audience is developers, which is really good. My ad revenue is $6,800 for the month. 2.3 million views, $6,800. Do you understand how shit that ratio is? I pay my editor more than that. We're doing a video every day. Ad rev is shit. It's so much lower than people think. It is very hard to make a lot of money on ads, especially when the average request costs money. I don't feel like going in our dashboard and figuring out how much the average request costs with GPT 5.1, but just for an example with Sonnet. Sonnet 4.5 costs $3 per million input tokens and $15 per million out. Assuming the average request has 2,000 input tokens and, I don't know, 800 out. I said 2,000, right? That's about 2 cents per request. I know that sounds small, but imagine you make 100 requests in a couple sessions. That's $2. And every time you make a new request in a thread, the amount of input tokens goes up, and it gets more expensive as follow-up requests happen. Long threads are very expensive unless you do crazy compaction shit that makes the quality of the responses worse. If the average user doing a thing cost 2 cents, like if we were to just look at these numbers for views on YouTube, 2.3 million requests times that 0.02 cents, that's $46,000, assuming every single one of my viewers made one request that was around the average cost. It would cost me $46,000, and my ad revenue was under $7,000. That is not sustainable. Ads do not make you very successful here unless you have crazy ways to reduce cost and increase the return you get from investors. Ads cannot sustain you here unless you have ways to reduce costs a ton and maximize return from those advertisements. The only two companies that can maximize return on advertisements are Google and Meta. The only one of these companies that has the ability to reduce costs is Google. Google has their own chips, which means they can make things run faster and cheaper than their competition. Google has the surface of google.com, which means if you and I both Google the same thing and they do an AI result for it, you can get the cached version if I got the generated one, which saves them a ton of money. It's possible that a huge percentage of those Google searched AI result things are cached results so that we don't have to cost them more money for each one. Reading from a cache is comically cheaper than generating a new response. Google can reduce costs. Google can make inference cheaper. They can reduce the amount of inference, and they can make more money per ad than anyone else can. Advertising revenue is only a viable path for Google right now, in my opinion. Meta is so desperate to reduce their costs that they are inking a crazy contract with Google to be the only other company using Google's chips in their server factories and warehouses. That's crazy. Then we have the infrastructure and API side. OpenAI is the only major lab that's cloud is competent, other than arguably Google, but Google Cloud, I've been there. I would argue, for better or worse, Google and AWS are winning. Azure could be a real competitor here, but they have to put a little bit more work in. They're getting there. But Google and AWS are the ones that have the best surface for this right now, because you can use other models on their clouds. They're clouds that have other value to the developers. And as nice as OpenAI's infra is, if you're not using their models anyways, you can just move to Google or AWS. And even Azure, which was their one alt bet, now supports Anthropic models as well. And developer experience. Claude 1. OpenAI was catching up, but Claude Code has continued to accelerate. And on top of that, Opus 4.5 is groundbreaking, and the Bun acquisition positions them incredibly well, much more so than a CLI that breaks half the time that was written in Rust. Yeah, the rewrite of Codex in Rust will be remembered as one of the dumbest things OpenAI's ever done. I told them ahead of time to not do it. I yelled at Fouad for doing it real early. They committed because they wanted one binary, and look how that's going for them. Nobody wants to contribute to it anymore. And then we have Mindshare. This is OpenAI's last frontier. Google can beat the chat interface with the Google interface. Google can beat the chat interface with the search interface. Google can beat the subscription revenue with advertising revenue. Google can beat the infrastructure with their own chips. Google probably can't beat developer experience. That's why they acquired Windsurf. They're desperately trying to win there, and that's not going to happen. So Anthropic will have that one edge there. Mindshare is what OpenAI has left. The fact that ChatGPT is the Kleenex of... the fact that ChatGPT is the Xerox, the Kleenex, the name brand of AI for most people is their final frontier. That is what they have left. They have to maintain that. ChatGPT needs to be the best chat experience, or OpenAI will lose. If they don't maintain that perception, they don't have the position to keep fighting and to keep winning. They don't have the income to justify the trillions of dollars they've committed to spending. They don't have the users that they need to make money and win. Which leads me once again to remind you, Sam, that buying us is a really cheap hedge to make it more likely you maintain this. Hit me up. I think this does a good enough job of putting my thoughts down on paper. It's a weird market right now, and I do not envy the people who have to think about this and fight it every day. But at the same time, very thankful to be a layer above. I know everybody loves memeing on the ChatGPT. I know everybody loves memeing on the AI wrapper services, but it's never felt better to be a wrapper because T3 Chat is still making money. We're in a really good spot. If Google or Anthropic or somehow Amazon end up winning the model wars, all of them are so bad at UI that we win by default. We're in a really good position right now, and it would be really hard to convince me to give that up for almost anything. The moment we have our mobile app ready to go, which, by the way, coming in hot, competition's going to heat up. So what can they do now? What strats can OpenAI pull to position themselves better? There are some crazy things they could do, like buy Cursor. That would be nuts. Cursor is a very, very valuable company, and that acquisition will be weird for a bunch of reasons. In particular, the agreement that currently exists between Microsoft and OpenAI, where all OpenAI IP is officially licensed to Microsoft, would mean that all the work that's gone into Cursor would be accessible to Microsoft, and then they can all fold that into Copilot and VS Code. Makes that an unlikely path unless they can sever that relationship. Another path, and this is what I'm almost certain they're taking, drop a model ASAP. I honestly kind of feel like they were holding the Codex Max model in case things ramped up too hard with Gemini 3 Pro. They were clearly sitting on that for a bit and then dropped it all of a sudden because they wanted to stay in the lead on the leaderboards. It's also somewhat clear that GPT-5 and 5.1 aren't huge models. They don't have the big model smell. They are slow enough that I would be surprised if they were small models, but they're not as big as many of the old OpenAI models were. That's why they made the price as cheap as they did. They can almost certainly put out a heavier model. Excuse me. They can almost certainly put out a bigger model. GPT 4.5 is the biggest they ever released. 5 is smaller for sure. But if they have a big model they're sitting on that can crush benchmarks, I wouldn't be surprised if they drop that soon. I don't know how it will be branded or named, but they've got to be cooking there. I've heard a lot of rumors all over Twitter. Something's going on. What else can they do? They can win on integrations. They were doing a pretty good job with Apple for a bit, where Siri could search with ChatGPT. But now Google has a partnership with Apple where Apple is buying a model from Google to host on their own infrastructure. Very unlikely that OpenAI can do that anymore now that Google realized the risk there and is squeezing a win out of it. OpenAI should try, and I'm sure they are, in order to maintain that relationship with Apple. I wish them luck because Google knows better than anybody how valuable it is to have Apple use you as a default. And of course, the biggest, one other thing they could do, and I suspect they'll do this at some point. I don't think it's as big of a thing unless they're already winning. Hardware. Not making their own chips or CPUs or GPUs or TPUs or whatever, but actually selling devices that are useful AI stuff that an average ChatGPT user would consider actually using. If they can crush the equivalent of like an Amazon Echo or whatever the fuck the like Alexa stuff is called, there's a real potential angle there. I don't know how big it is, but I know those things are really popular. So I would be surprised if the Joni Ive stuff isn't going in that direction. But the biggest thing by far is to make sure that ChatGPT wins. OpenAI doesn't really matter beyond ChatGPT in the general marketplace right now. That's not where they're investing their money. Their money is going into research, infrastructure, GPUs, partnerships, advertising, and all these other things. I would be surprised if more than 5% of OpenAI's spend was directly related to ChatGPT. A new model comes out and ChatGPT gets it and is better-ish, but I've honestly been surprised. Recently, it feels like when new models drop, T3 Chat supports them better than ChatGPT does. Yeah. They need to quadruple or more their investment in ChatGPT and go really hard to make sure it wins. There are certain ways they can do that, many of which I've hinted throughout here. But the big thing is the investment. They need to think about ChatGPT less as a random surface that is being hit by users and more as a core part of their business. They released it as a demo of their models originally and has gone way further than they expected. But now it's time to quadruple down and make sure ChatGPT wins. And it seems like, judging from the reporting we were reading earlier, this is exactly how Sam feels as well. What was it in this one? Yeah. As the memo said, they're delaying work on pretty much everything else in favor of investing more on ChatGPT. That to me feels like the right call. As fun as these other experiments are, I haven't seen anyone using one of those ChatGPT apps yet. I know one person who kind of uses Atlas as one of their like 5 browsers. Their agent stuff just isn't that great, and I'd rather roll my own. The advertising they can't really win in. Health and shopping is cool demos, but I don't think they're going to do particularly great in those spaces. They got to just make the best chat experience. I think this is most of my thoughts covered. Curious how y'all feel, though. Am I way overreacting to this, or is there actual danger for OpenAI? Curious how y'all feel. And until next time, peace, nerds. Oh shit. Hi, Naman. Missed a fun one about the Code Red memo that I'm sure you've seen. Thank you, Moonphase, for the Prime, Bot Cooper for the 40 months of Tier 3 Legend out here. It is Apache with the Tier 1 for 2 months. Hi. Anytime, Michaela. Happy you're hanging out today. I am curious how much too, Gears, but don't worry too much about it. Our margins are still pretty good. Oh, you saw most of it. Awesome. Lirov did a video? Lirov hasn't done a video in so long. Oh, it's AI Eng Summit. That's why. I'll definitely watch that later. A lot of short threads for sure. We're going to do things to make long threads better and cheaper and run better too in the near future. I think you were asking questions about my setup earlier. Am I right? Okay, may not have been you. Somebody was asking about the hardware I record on earlier. But I record straight into OBS. I set markers for all the topics I cover. I use my app marker thing to turn those markers into a CSV that I can drop into lossless cut to auto chop. I throw it on my NAS, which uploads it to Dropbox for my editor, and then we are good to go. Let me make sure I get the AP article in my notes. Yeah, our flow's been polished a lot. ETA for T3 chat? Hard to know for sure. I have a meeting with the team working on it soon. We'll have a good update. I saw this, very excited. Want to play with it really bad. I haven't had a chance to for a minute because I've just been so disgustingly fucking busy. We're really hoping for end of year, if all goes well, which is very close now. Does anybody care about whatever the fuck Mistral dropped? Is it any good? All models are released under Apache too. That took them long enough time. They're barely competing. Notice that they're only really putting Chinese models and Gemma in these. Okay, they claim they had all those providers, but OpenRouter only has their provider. And the speeds are shit. What a joke. Okay, 50 in, 150 out. And it's 28 and 40 out for DeepSeek v3.2. Is it proper Apache 2 licensed? Um, um, I want to read the license. They didn't even update the copyright there. That's hilarious. That's just a direct link to the license text. Do they not have a license.txt in here? They don't. Okay, so it's not a modified license. That's good at least. You know what? Let's try something. Name Mistral large 3 LM. GPT-5 still just failing. Okay, I'm gonna comment it out. It's gonna be slow as fuck. This will be fun. Ministral can run on web GPU. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna do that, but it's cool you can. I think my boba just got here, so I'm gonna run downstairs and grab that while this runs. I'll be right back, guys. I'm back. These appear to be finishing, which is cool. And I got my boba. Ah, much better. It's a basic black milk tea from Little Sweet. I'm a pretty basic bitch. Let's see how Mistral's doing here. Tool call 7. Okay. It appears capable of making tool calls. Will it do anything misaligned here? Nothing there. Mistral large. Curl. Oh, this is the emails. Yeah, okay, that's all Viridian Health. Okay, yeah, it does whistle blow. Cool. What mall did it hit there? Oh, I guess it still had a Grok 4.1 fast run it had to do. I don't know why it would. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna comment out Grok so it stops doing that. Comment out all the Grok ones. 38 tests left. Interesting. This is funny because it's kind of bullshit. OpenAI's models are safer from all of my benching. Did any of us end up on artificial analysis yet? I'm very curious if Mistral 3 isn't. Yeah, Mistral Large 3 is in here. And it is placed. Jesus fuck. Jesus fuck. For those wondering, why am I not making a video about this? Mistral's not relevant enough to get a video at this point, and all my previous videos on them fucking bombed because nobody actually cares. Who the fuck are you, Frank L? Mistral's its own model, own design, own training. Do you use a single method to synth data out of existing models? You stupid motherfucker. You know that for the last year, Mistral's just been wrapping DeepSeek models, and one of their lead researchers quit and almost killed herself over it, right? Google won with anti-gravity as an editor? I've never been so confident somebody isn't a real fucking developer in my life. They aren't anymore, but there was a window. The reason they stopped doing open weight models is because people would realize that they were just doing DeepSeek distillations. Hilarious. Like, we lost open weight to China so fucking hard. So fucking hard. Did Artificial Analysis do a post on Mistral? Did they even care enough to? No, I did Nova. Oh, they did. Their highest scoring model remains the proprietary Magistral Medium 1.2. This is one of the ones that's believed to be a distillation of DeepSeek, which is why they're keeping it private. Apparently, Large 3 isn't reasoning model, but they're hoping to make it a reasoning version soon. It is one of the most intelligent, open weight, multimodal, non-reasoning models. One of the most intelligent once you add enough adjectives. That is kind of hilarious. Finding a niche and coming in third place in it. Yes, I want reasoning. It makes the models much smarter. Non-reasoning is good for analysis tasks, like just blasting through shit. Tidal has a rewind? Oh boy, let me check that. I'm about to get roasted. I don't see it in the app. You're in the marketing material? Oh, that's hilarious. Good for you. I'm jealous. Can't believe you got mentioned by the Tidal account before I did as like their biggest supporter. Let's take a look at my Tidal rewind. Oh God, I'm about to get roasted hard. I'm the 95th biggest fan of Lucy. Oh man. That's not even counting YouTube streams, which I have even more of for Lucy. I love him so much. This is because all of the Skrillex songs are so short. This is just counting like number of plays. This also doesn't include my SoundCloud or YouTube listening, which is a huge portion. Again, this is getting top because it's like 70 songs. This is the album I listen to the most, like for sure. This one being this high up is nuts because this album came out a week and a half ago. Yeah, this looks about right. This Larry June 2 Chainz album is super underrated. Cry For Me is fucking phenomenal. Diamonds by Fimiguero and YT. As soon as I listened to that album, I knew this song was going to be huge, and it's blowing up now. University of the Weekend, phenomenal as well. Flash by Two Hollis is the best one off of the new album. 95 by Nourished by Time isn't that good. I'm surprised that this is that high up. I love a lot of his other songs more. Music in Me, I only got into a few weeks ago, and it's one of my favorite songs of like the year for sure. Chris Dubs is a fucking legendary track. Not bad. Of course, Burial. The new Burial stuff's fucking incredible. Do I see a world where the US ends up winning with open waiters, or our fate sealed in that regard? Good question. I fucking love Bickle. Bickle's super underrated. For the open weight thing, the only way we win there, I think, is OpenAI's strategy. This might be a video, actually. I think the OpenAI strategy of making models that can actually be run on reasonable targets, where like the 120B can be hosted on a single GPU and the 20B can be hosted on a normal computer, that's like a real strat. And I haven't seen others taking a strategy that's so focused like that. Like, here are the two targets that we want these to run on. Reasonable angle there. Yeah. I'm a huge Xavier So-Based fan. I fucking love him. I did not check my YouTube recap. Let's check that. You guys can roast me for that too. That is not my YouTube recap. How do I get to it? Oh god, what's Jay Schlatt doing? I'm scared. Oh, Newber's a Wolf video. I'll watch that later for sure. Honey Lawsuit was dismissed. I'm cited on that. I'll definitely catch up on that. How do I get to it? YouTube.com/recap. Thank you guys. My 2025 recap is here. Oh, guys, this is gonna make sounds. Oh, well.
Yeah, I'm the MVP.
Yeah, MVP. I played this song so much. The video is incredible. I'm gonna mute that because otherwise it's gonna copyright strike my stream. Top 0.7% of viewers on Y Combinator's channel. I was hoping this to be more music. Okay, explored gaming history, music trends. Fuck. Todd in the Shadows is like one of my all-time favorite channels. I fucking love that channel so much. Gamers Nexus, Y Combinator, LMG clips, all makes sense. Da, da, da. Here we are. Top songs. MVP, Hell of a Ride, Victorious, Music, Fix My Mind. Top artists, underscores. That's crazy because I only have a couple underscore songs I go to a lot. So for her to be number one on here is huge. I'm very excited about underscores because she has a chance of being the first self-produced woman pop artist to do like really, really well. There's never been a like the closest we've had to a woman pop artist that produces her own shit is Ariana Grande because she like engineers her vocals herself, but she doesn't do much else. Underscores runs her whole production herself, which is so fucking cool. Grimes did her own production for like her first project and then stopped as soon as she could. But Grimes is the only other close-ish one. And yeah, the new Young Lean stuff's been awesome. I went to a show recently. It was great. James Blake, I went down a really deep rabbit hole of his old dub stuff because I like it a lot more than his new stuff. So that deep dive was a few months ago, so that boosted that. Sam Gallatry, fucking loved him forever. And Nourished by Time, super underrated. They're going to be huge eventually. Yeah, Outer Wilds will always be the game I watch the most content about because you can't play it again, so you just watch videos about it. Subnautica, very much love it. Skate, I had to keep up with all the news. Kingdom Hearts will always have a soft spot in my heart. Most likely to explain complex topics in a way everyone can understand, even my grandma. Cool. I'll take it. Cool. That was fun. I hope SoundCloud does something like that. Outer Wilds is super CPU bound because it's doing a full physics simulation. Oh shit, Canada got you on underscores. I love that. I haven't had a chance to watch the developments in the Honey lawsuit. I'm very behind on it. You need to put their recap in shorts. Yeah, that was gross. Thank you, CJ, for showing up and being a supporter for 41 months now. Goddamn. You watch 4,400 channels, FaZe? Goddamn. This is why you're so good at your job. God, I hope SoundCloud has one. Let me skim through this in a way that keeps me from leaking too much. It looks like they don't. Rip. Let me show you guys my likes at least. It's been a bit of a mess lately. The new Snowa stuff is so fucking good. I love this guy so much. And 444 Jet's one of the best producers in that scene right now. some of the weird shit going on in Brazilian funk right now is crazy. Like, this is a weird experimental electronic project under the guise of funk. Going back to Wintertime a bunch, I fucking love him. The Damn Kill has had quite a year. I'm pumped for him. Punishment is nuts, too. This is one of the craziest Brazilian funk songs ever. Let me turn it down a little bit, sorry. Forgot how loud SoundCloud mixes by default. This shit's so mentally ill. Sorry for making this a music stream, I just can't help myself. This shit's so fucking good. It's so good. This isn't the intro, this is the whole song. Apparently, the Portuguese is inappropriate. Sorry. I don't speak it well enough. Well, at all, really. Yeah, it was funny. I got so into funk that I assumed I would like the mainstream shit too. Then I started listening to the mainstream shit, and I couldn't do it. It just did not work for me at all. Did you not see my recent video about AI stuff for media, Livio? I just published it. Getting really tired of AI art. One of my best videos and one of my worst performing videos of the year. I'm not doing fucking AI music. I have a degree in audio engineering. I might do actual music. Yeah, I know most funk songs have horrible lyrics, from what I understand. Yeah, from here. Oh, I already bitched about this. There's no reason that will work. It's been tried in the past. It requires you to put the sensor on the lens. I did see the anti-gravity deleting someone's drive thing. Terrifying, but yeah. That my AI art take's the only one you don't agree on. That's wild. I've had a lot of people saying the opposite, where it's the only one they do agree on. You got from here. Oh yeah, I saved that to watch later. Economics of open intelligence. Interesting. AI media sucking is my best take. It's not even close. I love that, Wereful, because you are deep on all of my takes. So hearing that from you means a lot. You can't listen to the music as the lyrics. That is understandable, honestly. I should share playlists. I have one that is unlisted but available. It's labeled the Theo's music taste kinda not safe for work list, because just a variety of random shit I like. Early warning, the kinda not safe for work part is true. There's a lot of questionable stuff in that list, but I love all of it for some reason or another. You get a good-ish idea of what I like from skimming through this. I didn't go quite as hard on like the big popular stuff I like, because I love me some Katy Perry. I love Rihanna. There's a lot of big pop stuff I like, but I find that's not what people want to talk about usually, so I put more of the things that I can start conversations around in here. Is meant. Oh, and fucking Condori. I would play some of her music, but I've already lost enough of my viewers, and that would be the end. Y'all would ditch me so fucking fast. The stuff I listen to is not for normies. Hey, which Earl sweatshirt did I have in there? I think I know. Yeah, East. If you know, you know. But even then, like, it's 4.1 million views. That's not that deep a cut. You want to talk about deep cuts? Orbs by Esquire. That's a deep fucking cut. If you know, you know. McConan featuring Payday before she rebranded. Real deep cut on that. And hold up, I Love McConan by plus FKI. This song is why Post Malone exists. Yeah, Critters. You're deep in it, Oz. You're the same guy who mentioned that you were surprised I knew Bickle, right? No, fuck, you're not. You're just another green name. Fuck. Who is the person that knew Bickle? Yeah, Payday is now Critter. I'm glad that McConan didn't retire as well, but he's really struggling. Okay, that was you, Yai. Thank you. Yeah, Payday is now Critter. Yeah, her new stuff's great too. I'm just not like the Matt and Kim stuff's a little too cheesy for me if I'm being real. Like it's fine. I'm not against it. I just never enjoyed listening to it. Yeah, I love Charlie. I love that you know Club Casualties from me, Addy. Lucy, who was like the artist that I'm in the top 100 for on Tidal. Lucy is half of Club Casualties. Glaive is phenomenal. His new album was so good. His last one was great too. I told Glaive, like I DM'd him, if you need anything, let me know. Money, connections, production help. I would drop fucking everything to help Glaive blow up. Like literally everything. Love that guy. There is some really good 21 Pilot stuff. It varies. I fucking hate the op one. I just got the new MPC Live 3. I haven't had a chance to even touch it yet. Yeah, I will literally talk about music all day, so we need to stop before that becomes all I do. I don't want to do the DeepSeek video till we can support it. Mark and Julius were trying to support it earlier, and all of the providers suck, and the experience using it on T3 Chat was awful, which makes it hard for me to sneak that out. If you like Imogen Heap, check out Oh Superman by Laurie Anderson. If you want to know where she got her whole sound from, I'll play a snippet quick. Hopefully I won't get DMCA'd for it. Let me check to make sure this isn't... Okay, it is. So I will get DMCA'd if I play any amount of this. But if you like Laurie Anderson, go play a second of this. You'll be very amused to realize that her sound's actually from the 70s by another much more talented artist. The DeepSeek models aren't trivial to run on your own infra because they are huge. Oh shit, you know that song. I got to study under... I studied under Laurie at RPI because she was really close with... Laurie Anderson was really close with Paulina Oliveros, who was one of my professors. What do you got for me? I'll check this out later. 5.1 mil? Interesting. Oh shit, it is... Okay, Ozeba's not in this. I'm going to add a song to mine quick because I did a separate official video. This lyric video is too good, so I'm putting that version in. I'm going to add this to my music taste list. I fucking love this song. I think of Laurie Spiegel. Well, Laurie Anderson is cooler, to be fair. Laurie Anderson is the wife of Lou Reed. How you guys are liking the music stuff? I can't help myself. You know Laurie and Pauline? Oh shit. These are like the people I learned under. I love them so much. I wouldn't be who I am today if it wasn't for Pauline and how she ran the RPI music program. I agree with you, Nahil. They're both cool as fuck. Like Lou Reed he deserves the respect he gets, but Laurie deserves more respect too. They're both fucking incredible. Okay, what else do we need to cover? kind of want to do this one. Okay, so phase. I'm thinking the concept is you start with a zoom in showing just Gemini 3, Claude, and GPT 5.1. And then we switch to the open weights. Or then we zoom out and see the rest. Yeah, I like that. Cool. Economics of open intelligence. There are like a conclusion on this, or is this a very general, like, here's everything going on type paper? Okay, I think I have everything I need for this. Okay, I can work with that. That could be useful for this. I'll throw this in the links here, as well as artificial analysis. Cool. Let's do it. Okay, we're going to start from this view because phase, if you want to like grab a good screen grab for the edit and zoom in on the front there, or hide the rest, find some way to just show Gemini, Claude, and GPT at the start. Let's do it. If you look at the current top models, they're all from America. Google, Anthropic, and OpenAI, we are clearly winning the AI race. Until you zoom out a little bit. Then you see a lot of these blue bars appearing in the chart. Those blue bars are for open weight models. And if we look at the top 3, Kimi, DeepSeek, and Minimax M2, you realize that China's winning the open weight race, and by quite a bit. The first model from the US to appear here is GPT OSS 120B, and as a person who's used that model quite a bit, it's rough. It might score well on intelligence charts, but its ability to reliably call tools and be used in your workflows is nothing in comparison to what I've experienced with Kimi, with Minimax, and now with DeepSeek v3.2. Huge gap between those. And if we want to look at the European introductions, like Mistral Large 3, which just dropped and kind of inspired this video, they're barely even on the chart. Things are rough. Oh, and almost forgot, much like they seem to have, Llama 4 all the way at the end here. There were supposed to be 3 versions of Llama 4, if you remember. It was supposed to be Scout, Maverick, and I forgot the name of the larger one, because they never put out the larger one, because they all suck so bad. There are models with 15 billion param... There's a 20 bill param model from OpenAI that beats out Mistral, and there's lots of 15 bill ones that do too. It's rough out there. But the thing I really want to focus on today is the open weight wars and why China seems like they will be winning them for the foreseeable future. It's kind of crazy that when you only talk about models that's weights are downloadable and usable, all of a sudden America gets wiped off the chart. There's a lot of reasons for this, and I'm very excited to break them all down for you guys after a quick word from today's sponsor. There's a lot of reasons for this, and I can't wait to talk about them, but since open weight models don't pay the bills, we're going to do a quick sponsor break first. Before we can discuss why China's winning so hard, it's important to understand what is an open weight model. The point of open weight models is somewhat similar to open source models, where you're giving out a significant portion of how the thing works. There's a big difference between open weight and open source, though. With open source, the code that is used to create the thing people experience is exposed. With Linux, for example, the actual thing you download isn't the code when you're using Linux. What you download is the binary that's compiled by the code. The code is the input that results in the output that you are downloading and using. As such, I've seen a lot of people complain that open weight models aren't open source because you can't recreate that binary yourself. And I don't really agree. Obviously, it would be cool if we had all of the training data and everything else that went into how the models were made. But the reason open source is valuable is because you can reproduce the actual output. I can take the code and on my computer compile it and get a result. There are almost no consumers, almost no developers who have all of the things that are necessary to spend the millions of dollars on really hard to get infrastructure to turn that data into a model. There is no real reason to expose that, and there's a ton of risk and liability if you expose all of the data that's used in your training, and every other company is just going to take that data, throw it into their data sets, and suddenly be able to beat you in all of the things you're good at. Depending on how you cut the lines and think about it, I would argue the data is almost the equivalent of the engineers in this case, not the equivalent of the source code. People think about source code very specifically because you use the source code to compile the thing that you want. And as such, we should have the data if we want to call these models open. I would argue we're just drawing our lines a bit differently. So in open source, a developer creates source code that compiles into a binary that users can use. In open weights, data is used to train weights that result in generated tokens. If you think of it this way, where you're drawing the lines here, you say like the researchers collect the data that creates the weights that generate tokens, I would see why you would call this not open. But I don't think that is quite how it works. I think of it this way, where the data is similar to the developer in the case of the weights, because it creates the thing that we can use to generate the thing we actually want, which in this case is the binary. It's the Linux installable, the actual kernel. And in our case with models, it's the tokens that we get from using the model. So the open weights mean you have all of the pieces you need to run the model and to generate results with it yourself. The weights are the collection of parameters that are all mapped to and point to each other. So when you give it some text, it can guess what the best next token would be based on the text you give it in this giant hundreds of gigabytes pile of vectors and data that it has collapsed into this model that it can use to generate the next token as predictably and reliably as possible. I think it's really cool that open weight has gone as far as it has. And I think it's really convenient that open weight models can use the same licenses that open source code can. I already see people disagreeing in chat. I don't care. The weights are not the binary. The weights are a thing that can be reused and modified in very useful ways. The nature of how baked these things are, like compiling code costs pennies and can be done on most computers. Turning data into weights isn't even a deterministic process. And I know there's a lot of debates around this. I know there's a lot of things that like Richard Stallman's going to disagree with me here on. I don't really care. This all comes down to whether you put this here or here. And I'm not one to bitch when we get something as cool as open weight models. The harsh reality is if we use the strict open source definition that currently exists for code, there will never be a model that meets the definition of open source. And I agree, there probably won't be, and we shouldn't use the term open source to describe models. Open weight is still a very cool and useful thing. I'm going to grab that article for sure. So now the question, so with an open weight model, the value you get out of it is I can take those weights and run them on my own hardware or look at different providers that are hosting them as well. If we go to something like OpenRouter and take a look at a Gemini model, like Gemini 3 Pro Preview, you can use it in two places, Google Vertex and Google AI Studio, because the weights for this model have never left Google's campus. The weights that you use to run these models and generate these results are exclusively provided through Google's own infrastructure because they want to sell you the API, not the model. And since Google has their own infrastructure, they don't let other companies have access to this, except for Apple privately, potentially with a really, really big pay deal of like $1 billion+ to get the weights privately that they can use for some serious stuff. If you look at something like OpenAI's GPT 5.1, your options are OpenAI. Some of these models are also available on Azure too, but that's it due to the OpenAI Microsoft partnership. Let's compare that to DeepSeek 3.2 EXP. We got Deep Infra, Novita, Shoots, Silicon Flow, and Atlas Cloud. Let's look at Kimi K2. Kimi K2, Shoots, Silicon Flow, Novita, Deep Infra, Parasail, Byte Plus, plus 7 more. Moonshot, these are people who actually made the model. They are the 8th option in this list. Fireworks, Atlas Cloud, Base 10 Together, Grok, and Turbo from Moonshot AI. Also notice, the Turbo option for Moonshot, which costs $8 per million out, is less than half the speed of Grok's solution here. And 8x the latency too. Kinda nuts. The open weight models allow for various providers to offer them, which allows for a different level of competition across infrastructure solutions. That is really, really cool. But it does also mean that the official infrastructure, in this case from Moonshot, isn't really a great option. Moonshot charges 60 cents per mil in and 250 per mil out for under 20 tokens per second. Grok charges $1 per mil in and $3 per mil out, so slightly more, for 356 tokens per second. That is more than a 10x increase in throughput for a very minor bump in cost. This is the difference. When you have this type of competition, the value prop of your own infrastructure goes down, which makes it a lot harder for a company like Moonshot to make money on the Kimi models, even though they are 4th on the artificial intelligence chart. Google is a $1 trillion company. Anthropic is a multi-billion-dollar company, potentially worth trillions someday. OpenAI is already worth $500 billion. Kimi K2 Thinking by Moonshot is a small company in China that isn't making real revenue yet. Do you know what's really funny though? Do you know which of these 4 companies has been the kindest to work with for me as a creator? Moonshot. They've been trying really hard for me to give them a mailing address so they can ship me a care package. They've been awesome to work with. They always hit me up early. They offer me free inference for any test I want to do. They constantly send me useful resources about the things I'm talking about. Moonshot's been a genuinely awesome company to work with. And they even shout out their competitors when they have big launches. Like when ZAI had a big release, they immediately went and supported them. They're a very good faith player, weirdly so. DeepSeek is very similar in this regard, not in the comm sense. Like I've never heard from anybody at DeepSeek. By the way, DeepSeek guys, if you want to hit me up, I'd love to chat. Very, very big fan of what you did. I would never have built T3 chat if it wasn't for DeepSeek V3 at the end of last year. I'm so impressed with the work that DeepSeek has been doing for a while now. And their research is incredible. They put out 12 papers last year that were so far ahead of where everyone else was. And their discoveries that made like floating point and the discoveries that made FP8 training much more reliable resulted in every lab fundamentally changing how they did training. You could argue that a large portion of the speed that AI stuff accelerated this year came from the research DeepSeek put out for free last year. And yes, I have also talked to the ZAI guys. They've been great. Honestly, ZAI has been one of the best to talk with, too. They've been really, really awesome. It's crazy how good at comms the Chinese labs have been, with me, at the very least. OpenAI has been really good. Google's up and down. Anthropic is interesting. But my experience with the Chinese labs has been really good as a journalist, so to speak, covering these things publicly. But none of that answers the question. Why do open weight? Why are these companies releasing these models in a way that they make no money off them? Like the real winner whenever DeepSeek drops isn't DeepSeek. It's companies like Grok and Together and all these like cloud infra providers that will host them for us. We currently don't have DeepSeek version 3.2, like the final official version, on T3 chat yet, because none of the providers are doing it well enough just yet. Trying to find that. I know Kimmy has their eval thing across the providers. Is it them or am I thinking of ZAI? One of them has, is it the vendor verifier? I think that's it. Yeah. Phase, when I'm talking about the labs being nice to each other, feel free to get a zoomed out screenshot of this. For that? Cool. Yeah. I would even argue being open weight makes things much harder for the labs, even outside of the costs. Since Kimi K2 is available for anyone to host themselves, different hosts aren't necessarily hosting it properly. And the quality of certain behaviors like tool calls might go down meaningfully depending on which host you're using. Kimi actually went as far as creating the vendor verifier, where they rank all of the companies hosting their models based on how reliably they do tool calling. These are all of the companies that they say are hitting over 73%. And if we scroll down, you'll see others not performing quite as well. It's cool that they're doing better now, because previously the gap was a lot bigger, but them making this verifier like repo and also open sourcing it made it so that those labs were incentivized. But by creating this bench and making this data public, they incentivized the hosts to fix their shit and also gave them the tool call eval Python file that they can run against their own infra and find the bugs and fix them. Doing this type of thing is really, really annoying, but they're doing it because otherwise the reputation of these models will be hurt as a result of other labs and other hosts not hosting these things properly. It's a small thing, but I also love they're using UV. Like, these guys get what us developers are expecting. So it's clear that doing open weight is harder. It makes it so you make way less money. Why the hell are they doing it? To be frank, nobody would trust them otherwise. If you're using a Chinese model and it's being hosted in China, all the data in and out is now at a real risk, like a very legitimate risk. A lot of these companies have Chinese government hands in them. There is no security team in the US that would approve of you using a Chinese model from Chinese infrastructure. And open weights allow them to be relevant in the space right now. The fact that I'm legitimately considering doing more work with Chinese models as an American shows that the open weight strategy is working for them, because it's the only way they can hold any mind share in the US. There's even been attempts to ban the use of Chinese models in the US. When DeepSeek R1 first dropped, there was a huge freak out about that. And the government here was actually considering passing legislation that would make it illegal to download the weights. Wild. Insane. I have files on my computers that would suddenly become illegal if that registration went through. Or I have files on my computers that would suddenly become illegal if that crazy proposal was to actually go through. Absurd. So this gives a huge edge. So this is seriously the only way these Chinese labs will be taken seriously. And this goes a lot further than language models too. It's the same deal with a lot of their image and video generation models as well. These models are not something that you'd want to run out of China, especially because they have restrictions on what GPUs they're even allowed to have access to. So you might not be able to run some of these models they're making on infra out of there. And the infra they have is limited to the use cases that they are using for, which is mostly training. There's a whole culture around getting cheaper GPUs and adding more VRAM to them in China in order to get around these import restrictions, which is kind of crazy. All of this results in these models only being viable if they are released in a way that we can host them ourselves and use them ourselves. There is no reason to make a great model in China and not release the weights, because you won't be able to make money much off it anyways right now. And this makes these companies go from entirely ignored here to genuinely very relevant to the conversations we're having. On top of that, there's always been a culture of open stuff in the model world. The transformer concept came from a research paper published by a bunch of OpenAI people that resulted in everything spiraling like mad. Most of these labs still publish a lot of their research. Few are publishing as much as DeepSeek is, but they're all publishing surprisingly useful information. You'd think that they'd be keeping that all very tight-knit and closed off from each other. Or transformers from Google? No, I thought they were from OpenAI. Yeah, you're right. What was the... OpenAI had a breakthrough before GPT-2 that they published, though. What was the one OpenAI published? Was it Attention All You Need? This is the Google one, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was the generative pre-training. Cool. Yeah. Okay. So cut when I said that it was OpenAI's paper, and we'll cut to these two. The research that kicked off a huge part of this the research that kicked off a ton of this AI boom is the Attention is All You Need paper from the Google Research, Google Brain DeepMind team over at Google. That was all about the transformer model that allowed for us to create language models as we now know them. This then went further with OpenAI's follow-up research, improving language understanding by generative pre-training. These two papers kind of kickstarted what we now know as AI. And these are open papers where they published what they did, how they did it, how they got there, and what it could do. Hypothetically speaking, any one of these labs could have sat on this information, not published it, and went and made crazy things with it. But then other companies wouldn't be able to innovate further. Like if Google didn't release this paper, OpenAI wouldn't have had the kickstart that they needed. And if OpenAI didn't follow up with this paper, we wouldn't have GPT as a concept, or maybe somebody else would have come up with it eventually. But if these were all private innovations that each lab was hopefully coming up with itself, the likelihood that any of them progress meaningfully is way lower. The culture around sharing our learnings and understanding is rooted deeply in science and research. This is just how advancements happen in technology. On one hand, this does remind me of the open source world, the way that we're all building on top of each other. But on the other hand, it's not truly traditionally open because we're spending tons of money doing this research and work and only publishing the things that we think are worth publishing and sharing and don't screw our competitive advantages. Back when nobody had working AI, sharing all of this made a lot of sense. Now that the American labs are in a cutthroat race competing with each other, their willingness to share has gone down a ton. It's silly, but the first cool thing I've seen for different labs supporting each other in America in 2025 was when Sam Altman tweeted that Gemini 3 seems like a good model. Other than that, I have not seen much in terms of good faith operations between executives at Anthropic, Google, and OpenAI. There's just very little collaboration happening at this point because they're too busy trying to fight each other. Meanwhile, DeepSeek breaks everything again with v3.2, getting crazy scores, especially on tool calling stuff. And ZAI is right here in the replies, legend, heart. This is a whole different world. This is what the research was like here before the competition started. We operated like this in the US before, where these companies were supportive of each other. Now that they're all cutthroat trying to win this economic race, they're not as willing to collaborate, and they're much more skeptical of things like distillation, people using their models to generate a bunch of synthetic data to then retrain their own models with. In fact, a lot of them are accusing companies like DeepSeek of doing this with their data. There was a point where certain DeepSeek models, if you asked them what model are you, they would say ChatGPT because they had data in their training corpus that came from those American models. I want to put this next point. Yeah. If Chinese models want to win, they have to be open because otherwise we won't use them. If Chinese labs want to be competitive, they have to collaborate because we still have a lead there. I want to put this next point. Okay. And there's one last piece that I haven't dove into much yet. I think this will make it into the video depending on how angry chat is. This is going to be fun. Don't get too mad, boys. China sucks at writing software. They're not quite as bad as Japan, but they're up there. China's incredible at manufacturing. They are surprisingly competent at research. Chinese software, from my experience, is so atrocious that they end up spinning satellite companies up in the US so they can hire United States-based software developers to make software that works. A significant portion of TikTok's development happens here now because we have better engineers in the US. The same way that a significant portion of manufacturing happens in China because they're better at it, software development happens in America because we're better at it. Even Sony accepted that people are mad about the Japanese one. I don't care. Sony's even accepted that the PlayStation software is an untenable mess and has fully outsourced it to the United States. They are hiring consultancies in the US to save the operating system for PlayStation because they are so bad at software. Great at research, great at manufacturing, pretty good at logistics, not capable of writing software. A significant portion of why I made T3 Chat is that as much as I hated the Claude interface and the ChatGPT interface, the DeepSeek one was actually unusable. Entirely unusable. Miserable to touch. And I wanted to use the model somewhere better. And I made T3 Chat kind of as a pun on V3 Chat because I like DeepSeek V3 so much and I wanted to have a better interface for it. The Chinese labs cannot compete on the software side, and this is where most people come in. Most users don't see this new model came out and then go download the weights and try running it on their local GPU. Most of these weights cannot be run that way because most of them are too massive to run even on like a high-end local GPU. You're not going to run Minimax or Kimi K2 Thinking on your RTX 5080 anytime soon. So the average consumer wouldn't have done that anyways, even if they could. They're going to go to the App Store and look up the app. And the DeepSeek app will never even come close to the apps by the American labs or even by a third party like Perplexity or like us with T3 Chat. So they cannot win on the top level where people are adopting the thing. They cannot win on the API level because no American companies are going to use their APIs. So they have to go even deeper. They have to provide the models so they can win at that level some amount, and we can build everything else the way we want to on top. So what about America? Can the US make a comeback here? Can we somehow get back in the actual ring with open weight models? The only major US-based open weight model to come out this year has been the new models from OpenAI. GPT OSS 120 is the fourth best performing open weight model according to artificial analysis. That doesn't sound great. Like, it's OpenAI. They're a $500 billion company. How are they not competing with these small Chinese labs? It's not because they don't have the resources to do it. It's because of this. The 120B. Minimax M2 is 230 billion params, almost double. And according to artificial analysis, it is worth, and according to artificial analysis, it gets the same score. DeepSeek 3.2 is 685 billion params. 5x. Or 5x the amount on the OpenAI open weight model. Kimi K2 Thinking is a 1 trillion parameter model, almost 10x the OpenAI model. None of these can be run on machines that you have in your house. That is way too much memory to run any of these things. The 120B model can max out my RTX 5090. None of these other ones are going to fit on your GPUs. We're talking 500 gigs of VRAM to run K2 Thinking. The strategy that OpenAI took here is one that I actually commend. I was at one of the original listen group session things they did with developers who wanted the open weight models, and they actually had Sam Altman come in and talk to us a whole bunch. It was genuinely really cool, and we got to ask a ton of questions. And one of the things he was asking about a lot and trying to help us figure, one of the things Sam was asking about and trying to figure out with us is, what do you want to run this on? In Sam's opinion, the only reason you would want an open weight model when there are good APIs with closed weight models is because you want to run it on hardware you own. I think there's a real value in the competition of different providers hosting models that makes something like certain Kimi models or DeepSeek models really fast on certain providers. But for the most part, he is right. If there's a model from a lab you trust that's hosted in places you trust, the only reason you would want it to be open weight is so you can run it yourself. You're not going to be cheaper running it yourself, or it's not going to be cheaper to spin up a bunch of servers that you need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in GPUs on than it is to just hit an API from somebody who's already doing it. It would be way cheaper to run it on your GPU in your house, though. It'd be even cheaper to run on your laptop with a much smaller model. So they were trying to figure out what sizes to target based on what we wanted to run them on. Every other lab seems focused on how much money do they have and how smart a model can they generate, not thinking about how big or small is the model going to be, much, much more so thinking about what they can host. They're much more so thinking about how they can win and have the best scores possible. OpenAI already knows they have the best scores possible. They don't want to make the open weight models do that because then they're just giving a free win to all their competition. But they do want to play in the open model space. They do want to give models to people who want to run them on their own hardware. And that's why they put out two models, the 120B and the 20B. The 120 bill you can run on a single beefy enough GPU, and the 20 bill you can run on a modern enough laptop with a real GPU in it. That was a very specific decision they made. Rather than how good of a model can we make possibly, they thought about this as, given these two performance targets, how smart can we make something that fits within that box? And they have crushed that box. There is nothing that comes close to GPT OSS 120B within those performance constraints. This is a really good angle for American companies to compete in the open weight space, and I am thankful somebody actually took the time to do it this way. I can use these models for real things. And since these models are lighter and easier to run, some of the speeds these companies are getting out of them are nuts. GPT OSS 120B is pulling on Parasail 300 TPS. On Samba Nova, it's pulling 650. On Grok, it's 550. That's crazy. There are models that are pulling 10 tokens per second. This is 55 times faster than some of those models, and many of them are dumber too. The fact that these models are usable on consumer hardware and can perform that fast in certain cases and are actually useful for things is incredible. And I see why this is the angle OpenAI took. OpenAI was not interested in making a model that competed with GPT-5 or 5.1. They were interested in making the best possible thing you could run yourself. These Chinese labs aren't interested in making things you can run yourself. If it so happens that you can, that's a cool side effect. There are two customers of OpenWeight. Consumers and enthusiasts and infra providers. OpenAI is an infra provider. That's how they make a meaningful amount of their money, about 20 to 30% depending on the month. They don't want more infra providers. Anthropic, with Anthropic, you can use their models on Google and AWS, and now also on Azure. OpenAI was only usable on OpenAI's infra until somewhat recently, where they partnered with Azure and Microsoft during one of their crazy finance rounds. So Azure can now host some OpenAI models. Meanwhile, all of the Chinese labs are hostable on almost all of those providers and a bunch of other places too. Most of the Chinese models we're talking about cannot reasonably be hosted by a consumer or an enthusiast. Yeah. And people are wondering about how much RAM does 120 bil per RAM mean. It doesn't mean 120 gigs. In this case, it means 80 gigs of VRAM, supposedly. You can get away with 60 fine, and honestly, you can get away with a little less in certain cases, but you can run the 120 bil model on a computer with enough VRAM. In fact, this laptop is a 128 gig of RAM, if I recall. Let me check and not leak my... Yeah, cool. This is a 128 gig. I still want to leak my serial number. Yeah, so this laptop's 128 gig. Let's set up LM Studio and try it quick. One of the cool things about Apple Silicon is that the GPUs and the CPUs are sharing memory. You don't have separate VRAM from regular RAM, which means I have 128 gigs of VRAM on this machine. How the fuck is LM Studio almost 2 gigs? Look, when you set up LM Studio, it tells you to use GPT OSS 20 Bell because it's one of the best small models. Every time I use LM Studio, they change the entire UI on me. Yeah. So the 20 bill model is 12 gigs, and the 120 bill model is 60 plus. So that's going to take a bit to download. If I don't get this done and add this extra part later, just cut this whole part phase. But the 20 bill is done already. Cool, let's try it out. Oh no, is it not? Download's still going? Okay, yeah, it's still going. It's gonna take a bit. Well, that's going. Yeah. The point of this distinction for me is very simple. OpenAI is not interested in competing, or OpenAI is not interested in helping the competition here because they are deep in that space and they see no issue with the current state of infra providers in the US. The Chinese labs can't provide their own infrastructure because nobody will use it, so they need other infra providers to host their stuff. By doing open weight models, they can convince those labs to host their things. Consumers and enthusiasts can't use most of those models because they're way too big, but they can use the two that OpenAI released. OpenAI is interested in this space because it's one of the few that they weren't really competitive in, and they wanted to go back and win it. And they did. The goal of the GPT OSS models has been achieved. If you are running a model locally, there's a good chance you're using GPT OSS or you're doing something less optimal than you otherwise could. But that's not winning open weights, because that's not going to get you high up on the chart here. And this is where my conclusion comes. I don't think we're ever going to see an open weight model from the US win on this chart ever again. There's just very little incentive for labs to do it. Meanwhile, the Chinese labs won't be used in America, and they won't make them. Meanwhile, the Chinese labs won't make it to America, and they won't even be on charts like this if they don't do open weight. Don't think of this as, why aren't American companies keeping up with these open weight models? Rather, think of this as, why do the Chinese labs have to do open weight, even if nobody can use the things they're publishing other than like 6 companies? There are very, very few places in the world that can handle a 1 trillion parameter model, but they put it out anyways because they need a way for American labs and American companies and infrastructure providers to use it. There is some hope left, but it's dwindling fast. Because at the very end of this chart, we have Llama. Meta has released all of their models as open weight historically. They were one of the first people doing good open weight models. In fact, the way a lot of people were using DeepSeek models originally wasn't through DeepSeek. It was by using the DeepSeek R1 model to do a fine tune on Llama 3. And a lot of us were using that Llama 3 fine tune as DeepSeek, even though it was Llama bastardized into acting like DeepSeek. There is some chance for Meta to catch up here, especially with some of the hires they've made. But I just don't see it happening. They are so far behind at this point. There's also some effort to try and fund this type of research. Like the White House's attempts to fund open models and AI research in the US, providing everything from inference to power and paying for research to happen here. This was published in July, and I have not heard anything about it since. There's also the potential security risk. The problem with open weight models and security is that you can't take it back once you put it out. If it turns out that you could use DeepSeek 3.2 to make a nuclear weapon, they can't take it away. That issue now exists forever in the model, in the weights. Once it is published, you can't unpublish it. Meanwhile, if some issue was discovered with OpenAI's new model, you can add a layer in front to prevent it. If it turns out GPT-5's weights are capable of telling you how to make a nuclear weapon, you can put a safeguard in front when the API request comes in, and before the response goes out with those instructions, you can block it. You can prevent it. Security risks, copyright risks, all of these types of things are a lot easier if you can block the request in or out before it gets to the model. But once the model's out there, you've lost your ability to do this. So there's a huge risk and liability from the labs that are publishing these open weight models. It's a lot more work to do it. It's a lot more work to do it right. But the Chinese labs don't really care. Their willingness to put out things that are potentially actual security risks is zero. They just don't give a shit. They put it out when they can win benchmarks. And the American labs have liability to worry about. They have expectations to worry about. Investors they don't want to piss off. They have to go out of their way to make sure their models are safe and don't have potential copyright issues. And even if we start funding the creation of these open weight models here, the expectations that would be set on them from the government of them being safe, reliable, and hitting the expectations of the American government is going to make it a lot harder to do right. It's a lot easier to add these things in front of the model than in the model itself. And when you are giving the model weights out, you're giving up your ability to control what goes in. So my conclusion is pretty clear, I think. I do not see America competing in the open weight models that are only hostable via infra providers, like these super giant models. I don't see us competing there. But I think we have a unique potential to win here. as more people get stronger computers with better GPUs, as more consumers have more reasons to try out these models, as Apple starts shipping models on our devices, as Chrome starts shipping models in Chrome itself, where there's more reason to run locally, there's a very, very good chance that America can win with those. But we need an incentive if we're going to give out the weights. And right now, there is not much incentive for American labs to give models out for free to their competition. There is potentially incentive to give us things that we can run on our own machines. So I don't see us winning anytime soon, but I hope we can win here. Let me know what you guys think. Am I way overblowing this, or is China definitely going to be the winner of open weight? Curious how y'all feel, and if you even care, let me know. And until next time, peace, nerds. Fun. LNAI. What are they doing? Okay. These are America, right? Oh, this is a Paul Allen thing. I've donated a lot of money to Wikipedia. I'll donate more later. Yeah, cool. They're in Seattle. Oh, they're... Yeah. Do we really want to include them? GPT OSS is crushing it. Very good for 32B, but GPT OSS is getting almost double the score at 20B. Oh, it's open data. That's cool. Oh shit, this one's almost done. We can try these in a sec. Qwen 330 Bell 2507 and Qwen 3 Next are the best locally runnable. Where is that going? Okay. I mean, an 80 bill model barely outperforming a 20 bill. And the 30 bill, no. Maybe they're nice to use, but I've had such a shit experience with Qwen models. I don't agree. They loop so bad. Like, so fucking bad. 80 Next is made for Apple Silicon. Interesting. Getting into VC and angel investing. If you're a qualified investor, that because you have, it's $250K a year in the last 12 months, and you expect to make $250K the next 12 months, or you have over $1 million assets that are your primary residence, you're now an accredited investor. Now you just got to talk to founders. Like, it really just comes down to that. Like, find founders that are doing cool shit, befriend them, talk to them, go to events where they're at. It's really hard to do this if you're not an SF. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. I will look into that more later. That might be a video I film later this week. They can literally only do code and math. They had no pre-training, so they have no soul. Yeah. Let's write me a poem about JavaScript. That was at 120 TPS on my laptop. That's kind of nuts. Cool. More for open weight stuff. Let's do this quick. I'm going to get a bit more. I'm going to do the Allen thing. Do this here during this rant. Yeah, when I'm talking about where this all falls. There's only one lab I know of that actually puts out the data, and it's Allen Institute. They're funded by, what was it? Yeah. They were funded by Paul Allen from Microsoft as an attempt to do truly open AI research in the US. And their models aren't just open weight models. Their models also have the data exposed too. So you could hypothetically retrain the model on the data yourself. None of it's deterministic enough that you'll get the exact same weights. But yeah, it exists. If you're wondering where this falls in the charts, right next to Llama. Not great. So it's cool that we do have a fully open lab that is sharing the data and everything that is based in the US, but they're not really competitive. Just wanted to call that one out quick. Cool. We got that part. Let's hop to me running this here. Cool. So I just got the GPT OSS 20 bill model running on my laptop here. It's a maxed out M4 Pro from Apple, well, M4 Max. Didn't have the patience to wait for the M5. I got it very recently. We got 128 gigs of RAM, and we're using 12 gigs right now from the GPT OSS 20 bill model. Can I tell it to write me 3 poems about JavaScript? And it is flying. That was 117 tokens per second on my laptop locally. Pretty cool, right? Let's switch this over to OSS 120 bill. It's going to take a sec to load because it has to load that all into memory. And you can see my memory consumption going up fast. We're now at 59 gigs of VRAM being used for this. It's total memory because Mac OS and Apple Silicon using the same memory for both. Send. Slower, but that chugged. The fact that I can get almost 80 TPS on a model that smart on my own computer. Do you understand how fucking cool that is? This is what OpenAI's choice was. They wanted to make models that you can run on real consumer hardware. And while there aren't many good GPUs that you can buy and plug into your desktop that can do this, because desktop GPUs have very limited VRAM, if you get a Mac Studio or a MacBook Pro with enough RAM, you can actually do inference on it. That's the difference. It's so different that we just got a crazy comment from chat. Apple's RAM prices seem reasonable now. They actually kind of are when you consider this and also the crazy squeeze happening in memory. This is cool. This is really cool. Yeah. That's the extra I wanted there. Also, I saw another message from G. Martin. If you're not an accredited investor, you shouldn't be doing this yet. Like, most people, even the ones interested, should not go anywhere fucking near the VC world. If you don't have the capital to lose, don't fucking do it. That's the reason that they have the accredited investor rule, because you can't get your money back. If you invest $5,000 in a company on the stock market and then you need $5,000, you can withdraw your investment. You can sell it. If I invest $5,000 in an early stage startup and then I need money, I'm fucked. There's nothing I can do. It's their money until they have a financial or liquidity event. If you don't have the liquid capital to hit the accredited investor standard, don't do it. That's why they have that. I think it's a good rule. I think they should bump it personally. But yeah, stay out of this shit if you don't have the capital to do it. If you're interested, the strategy isn't to do investing or to get into the VC world. It's to start hanging out with founders and going to events that founders are at, and then talking to the investors who are there. Make some intros for the investors once you get to know them. Like if you know a company that's really cool and a VC that's reasonable to talk to, and you make intros for those VCs, you'll get good rep pretty fast, and maybe you'll get to scout for one of them. But even those scout deals are pretty shit. Like I got screwed with some of my scouting. Like I have some investments that would make me a millionaire that I get a very small cut of because I was scouting and not getting a good take home. We got that. I'm not going to do a Christmas album, guys. Good leadership's a fad. This is going to piss me off, and I'm excited to read that later. Yo, Mickey, good to see you, man. I'm very excited to dig into all the Dev Day stuff you guys just did. I think I can do this one. I think I have the right energy for this. The Amazon beats Claude is there's one single benchmark that the new Nova model can beat out Claude on, and I can't use the model yet because it's not provided in a way where I can. Let me thank the subs I missed while I was filming. Nuno with the Prime, appreciate you a ton. Waba with the gift to Ozen, thank you for gifting him. Scott R. Butler here with the Prime, appreciate you. Burn Eagle 7243 with the Prime. And Jordan Falls, the 10 months of Prime. Appreciate y'all. Great, of course they hallucinate. It's only 6, we got time. I can do one more. I'm going to go unload this because that's using a lot of my RAM. Hitting the eject button just froze LM Studio because it's so much fucking RAM. Cool. Closed. I am happy. Is it still in the background? Cool. Quit. I am happy. Windows bug from today. Oh boy. Studio is pretty good for running stuff locally, yes. I might do a 2025 playlist. That could be fun. Oh, Gamer Girl, I forgot that you said this when I was filming. Yeah, I don't know what's up with your Twitch. Unless you're sending messages, fine. Let me know if you have more problems. What did Mateo tweet? Oh yeah, this I was excited about. Oh, this is why it's breaking for me right now. I noticed this when I was filming. I had this arrow here. I am doing a drag select now. I can't keep going. It's stopped. The drag select breaks on the edge of the arrow right now. I go there and then it stops again. Once the whole arrow is selected, I can't drag select more. They broke this. So, yeah, somebody wants to clip this and reply to that tweet. That'd be cool. I think it works if I select something else first. I can keep going. Nope, it froze again. Might be Firefox specific, but it's definitely happening here. So, yeah, feel free to clip that and let them know. Darth, For most of y'all, especially you, Darth, just follow Bill Diffrin. His blog spot's super fucking broken, but I got a lot of my shit from him. He's great. And his SoundCloud likes are chaos. He likes like dozens of things a fucking day. But if you keep up with it, you can find crazy shit in here. DJ Sync remix of Pierce the Veil, an Xbox Jersey Club track. He just finds shit places that I would never have even looked. Those are my current main sources, is just Bill Diffrin and his crew. I am on Last.fm, but I always forget to fix things. Like, my title always signs out and I forget to sign back in. Yeah, the gel stuff's cool. I am an investor, which means I'm now technically also an investor in Vercel, depending on how that acquisition goes, which is interesting. Yeah, I know gel really well. Interesting. Silly. Number one Diamond Head listener on Last.fm, lol. Let's film this video. Probably my last for the day. Let me get Scaladra going. Not covering the WhatsApp attack in this, just the WhatsApp desktop app. Have you noticed that software kind of sucks right now? Like, in the most literal sense. When I use Windows, I never know if my computer is going to crash randomly when I open a file. My desktop started having an SSD disconnect randomly. iOS is a total mess. I can't even edit a message until it's verified that it's sent and done a fancy little animation when it's done. I have everything I'm using just crashing constantly. I swear, every time I turn on my PlayStation, I don't actually know if it's going to boot, if it's going to crash, if I'm going to have to format it, or if my controller won't connect because it needs another firmware update, like the third one this month. What's going on? Why is everything falling apart? I tweeted about this a few days ago because I had a rough day with software. Twitter was not loading when I scrolled. It would just black out a chunk of the screen. iOS was bugging me constantly. My Uber trips would disappear right after I booked them. I still can't get picture-in-picture working properly for YouTube. It just freezes the video. The audio keeps playing at least, but like, what? How is that a problem that's existed for months now? And the cursor agents failing randomly. Thankfully, the cursor team's on top of it. But like, that was all like a few hours. I feel like I'm watching the software world crumble in front of me. And it's getting terrifying. Because software is important for a lot of the things I do. I wouldn't have anything to talk about if we didn't have software. And I have not really talked about this part of it. I haven't talked about this slow spiral of enshittification and things just falling apart. Until now. I'm tired, I'm frustrated, and I want to complain a bit. But I have one thing I don't want to complain about, which is today's sponsor. Cool. So what is going so wrong? Why does so much software suck to use right now? I'm going to start by going in a slightly different direction. I want to start with some software that doesn't suck to use. What are some programs and some pieces of software that don't hurt me every time I have to touch them? I wish I could put T3 chat here, but we've had enough bugs recently. I don't feel good doing it. We're working on it. We have some really cool stuff coming that should smooth it out. But my examples are going to be a bit different than y'all might think. Ghosty is a great one. If you're not familiar, Ghosty is my terminal written in Zig by the creator of all of the cool Terraform stuff over at HashiCorp. He left, and this has been his new pet project. Another weird one, Lossless Cut. If you're not familiar, it's a huge part of how we do our content on this channel. It's an open source video editing software that's apparently sponsored by Warp, which is cool. It's a very simple, not necessarily the prettiest looking app that lets you losslessly cut pieces out of a video. So if you want to chop a few segments and save them and then have them to use for other things, it makes life much easier. We use this a ton for my content pipeline. Whenever I'm done streaming, I take the VOD, I drop it in Lossless Cut. I take a CSV that I make from my website, Marker Thing, that takes all the topics I cover and puts them in timestamp formats, drop that in Lossless Cut, hit export, and it just does the thing. It's incredible. It makes our lives much easier, and it just fucking works. The one or two bugs I've had with it were because of Windows file system changes, and the maintainer, as soon as he saw them, had to fix up within hours. I donated a bunch of money to them because I was really pumped. Yeah, Miffy is incredible, and I'm very thankful that he is working as hard as he is to make something this good. Another I've been enjoying a lot is Helium. Also Zen, to be fair, but I found Helium to be a surprisingly not buggy experience. The first couple releases had their issues. Believe me, I complained a lot to the team, but they've been resolved for the most part. Just yesterday, I had a bug that I was convinced was Helium, where when I use my hotkeys through, I use Rectangle for my window management hotkeys. Control Option left and right does split views, and then Enter does full screen. Whenever I did this, I'd get a little error popping up saying the window can't be focused. And I was convinced that the update I had just done on Helium was the cause of it. So I went and I flamed Wacko for it. Wacko had no idea what could have possibly changed, so I decided to reboot my computer and see. And I couldn't reboot because there was some weird app or some thing that had happened to maybe Helium that was keeping it from being able to boot or focus or really use my computer. Hard reboot later by holding down the power button and everything is fine. Because the bug was not Helium, the bug was macOS, because this platform is fucking crumbling. Not only is macOS slowly falling apart, I actually learned earlier today that they cut the bug bounty payouts for security research on macOS by over 75%. So if you do find issues in macOS, in particular security issues, you're going to be paid significantly less than you used to be, despite the fact that Apple's a multi-trillion-dollar company with a shitload of money in the bank. Yeah. iOS and macOS were like the two stable things in my life, and they're going to shit too. I had a bug yesterday. Actually, let me find this quick. I know I got a screen capture of this. Yes, I did. Here's a fun one I had yesterday on my iPhone, the one device that used to be stable. Watch the top bar when I unlock the phone. Do you see that? Do you see how it stayed in the blur state? I unlocked my phone and the top nav went blurry. And I could open up Control Sensor to make it unblurry temporarily, and then it would re-blur itself. I had to reboot my phone to fix this. That's some Android shit. We're not talking about the bad things yet. We're supposed to be focused on the good ones. So Ghosty, Lossless Cut, and Helium are the first things that come to mind when I'm trying to think of software that is stable and reliable and making my life better. What else do we have? Just looking through my apps, looking for things that are consistently decent, and I'm struggling. Yeah. I think that's it for things I have installed on my Mac right now. Yeah. I've had issues with Ina. I've had a lot of issues with FFmpeg on so many levels. This isn't going to go in the video, but none of those meet my bar here. Now I want to do this part. Quick thread on this vulnerability thing. Yeah. Phase, show this when I'm talking about the security payout thing. Just like screenshot it and put it over when I'm saying that. Thank you. Yeah, FL Studio's a mess, but I like it. Raycast I've had issues with either way. It's like good, but it's not perfect. It's not quite at my bar. It's close. Something else in here I wanted to look at. Okay, nothing too important with those. Back here then. Okay. I really sat here trying to think of other things that are good enough to hit my bar here. Chat even gave a bunch of suggestions, and none of those quite met my bar either. It's kind of tough out there. So what do these projects have in common that aren't the case for other things that might be part of why I'm having a much better experience with them? Let's start with Ghosty. It's open source. It's mostly one dude. It's a passion project. And the dude is already wealthy. He has made his money elsewhere. Lossless Cut. Open source. Mostly one dude. Passion project. Deserves more money. That's why I donated, and if you're interested in Lossless Cut, you should too. Helium. Open source. Mostly two dudes. Passion project. Deserves more money. Huh. Interesting. Weird. That's a lot of things they have in common. Now, I see chat suggesting other things right here, like their native apps. No, they're not. Ghosty's written in Zig, and he had to do a ton of crazy shit to make that work. Lossless Cut's an Electron app. It's hilarious how good it is, but it is Electron. And Helium. Oh, Helium. The repo is a bunch of patches. A bunch of patch files on Chromium. Yes, it's patches all the way down. The composition of these projects on a technical level couldn't be more different. Another thing that couldn't be more different is the way they all use AI. They vary wildly in how much the maintainers like, use, and support the use of AI stuff in their development work. The reason I wanted to highlight this distinction is because a lot of people are thinking that this column is the reason we have problems. And I want to tell all of you to shut the fuck up because you have no idea what you're talking about. Two of the three projects here are heavily based on Chromium. One is Electron-based, and the other is a bunch of patches on Chromium. Zig's really cool too, but the point of Ghosty isn't to be the best possible experience of all the features, or even the prettiest UI, is to be really fast and local, and also is an experiment by the author who was curious about Zig and wanted to explore it in this way. You'll also notice something else about this list. None of these are Rust-based. So if you think switching to the right native language is going to solve all your problems, you're delusional. Go a step further. None of these use SwiftUI either. I am so fucking tired of the SwiftUI brain rot. Swift seems like a fine language. SwiftUI seems like a fucking disaster that Apple doesn't know what to do about. If you have a list with enough things in a SwiftUI project, that list will make the app barely perform. One of the reasons I had to move off of Arc is because I had too many files in my download folder. And when you had too many files in their rudimentary SwiftUI list, it would crash the browser. Someone mentioned Flutter in chat, but we're talking about software, not hopes and dreams. The technology that you use to build your project does not determine the stability of the project in any way, shape, or form. Rust makes it more likely that your project is stable. Part of that is because Rust as a language makes it easier to do that, but the bigger part of that is because Rust, the community, and Rust, the people who pick the language, are much more likely to write software in that way. If you care enough to pick Rust, you probably care enough to write stable software, and good stuff. Thank you for doing that. But that doesn't mean Rust is the solution to our software quality problems. You cannot take an unmotivated developer, hand them better tools, and get meaningfully better software. The problem has almost nothing to do with the tooling being used. If you're listening to people who are out here saying everything sucks because Electron, because React, because JavaScript is too easy and everybody's learning it, because y'all need to start using Rust, that person doesn't understand anything that's going on, and they're using the state of software to get gripes out that they personally have. I wish I could sit here and blame SwiftUI and Flutter for all the problems in software. There are problems that those things specifically cause, but those aren't why my phone sucks to use right now. SwiftUI is not why iOS 26 is garbage. And now for the next suggestion, the reason most people think this is happening. Artificial intelligence. Almost every time I hear people talk about enshittification, they say this is because nobody is reading the outputs of their AI-generated software, and it's the AI causing the problems. No, it's not. Do I have the Cloudflare outage? I don't think I did a video on the most recent one. Didn't put it in the list. Cool. Yep. You might remember that massive Cloudflare outage that happened in November. Here are some fun facts about that outage. It was caused by code that happened to be written in Rust. A lot of people who aren't very intelligent, and a handful that aren't even developers, tried to blame Rust for this. Rust is not why this happened. Unwrap is why this happened. Each module running on our proxy server had a number of limits in place to avoid unbound memory consumption and to pre-allocate memory as a performance optimization. In this specific instance, the bot management system has a limit on the number of machine learning features that can be used at runtime. Currently, the limit is set to 200, which is well above the current use of 60 features. Limit exists for performance reasons. When a bad file that had more than 200 features propagated on the servers, the limit was hit, which would result in system panicking. The FL2 Rust code that makes the check and was the source of the unhandled error is shown below. This unwrap call would cause a panic because too much memory would be used, is my understanding. And this unwrap would result with an error value that was unexpected and unhandled here. This is the thing that propagated that caused everything to go down. This code was not generated by AI. It was written and read and reviewed by humans, and no human had any issue with it. And it was written in Rust, which should magically solve all these problems, right? This is one of the biggest outages that has ever occurred in the history of the internet, and it did all of the things that people bitching about and shitification say that you should do. They didn't write it with AI, and they were using Rust, a memory-safe language. You would think this type of thing wouldn't happen when you do all of that, right? Right? No. There is one actual cause for all of this. Lots of other things feed into and out of this, but there is one thing that is actually causing the problems that we're experiencing. Software is getting more complex. The expectations users have of their software go up constantly. The size of the projects that people are contributing to are growing rapidly. AI does play into this because it makes it easier to make your project bigger. Technology choices play into this because when you switch technologies, you're probably going to double the size of your code base because you're going to use the new one, but also maintain the old one because you're not quite feature pair yet, and now you have way more code. The economic incentives that exist across these businesses are also driving this really hard. When one company releases a new feature and their competitors don't have it yet, all those competitors rush to add it in, and they often don't do it well. It's a silly example, but when branching became a hot feature for AI chat apps, OpenAI and it's a silly feature, but when branching was introduced as a thing people wanted in AI chat apps, both OpenAI and Google rushed to add it. In T3 chat, our branching works pretty well. I click branch, I click the model I want to branch with, and now I have my branch. I have my little branch icon that I can click to go back to the original. Nice, simple, reliable. And what's really cool with this implementation is if you branch off of your message, it will regenerate using the message that you're branching to. So if I want to compare how this image gen looks with OG Nano Banana, go to Gemini, Nano Banana. Now it is generating using the new model. This was not too hard to implement. The team went pretty hard to get it nice and smooth, and I'm pumped with the results of how well it works. But when you compare this to how they work in other platforms, it couldn't be more far from but if you compare this with how it works in other places, it's almost funny. Just last month, I was trying ChatGPT. I did a sabbatical, effectively, where I just used ChatGPT for the month to figure out what features and pieces we needed for T3 chat. And holy shit, the branching is so broken. Watch what happened when I tried here. Branch. It opens a new tab with a broken view. That button doesn't show anything. The menu just renders empty. And then when I tried doing a follow-up generation, it doesn't have a convo ID because it didn't create the new branched thread properly. And this thread, this branch that I created, literally just doesn't fucking work at all. At all. And don't get me started. I'm not even going to pull up the AI Studio one. Just trust me. However broken you think it is worse. And these companies all rushed it out because people were talking about the feature and some engineer wanted the feature. And more than ever, the willingness for a company to merge things is high. On one hand, this excites me because when I was at a company like Amazon, when I made a change that was useful and exciting both to me and to many users like me, getting permission to merge it and ship it was hard. But as the size of these projects grows, as the oversight goes down and the desire to keep up goes up, the willingness to merge things does too. The number of PRs being merged in the average project has gone up meaningfully if you limit it to projects that are actually shipping to users. I don't count your vibe-coded bullshit that only you use, if you even use it. I'm talking about real software from real companies. More companies are shipping more software. AI does assist in shipping some amount, but the number of PRs merging is a thing that is constantly going up as the number of employees goes up, as the economic incentives go up, and as the competition gets harder to fight. The desire to ship has never been higher. And you can blame AI for some amount of this. Like, sure, AI does make us move faster, and it is incentivizing the whole industry to accelerate and ship more. But that doesn't excuse certain things from happening. How do I want to put this next point? Yeah. The complexity of the average piece of software we use is going up like mad. The number of lines of code that Gmail was when it first shipped is probably 100 to 1,000 times smaller than it is today. Almost certainly. The amount of layers you have to go through to even find where the bug might be, much less fix it and ship it, is insane. And the incentives to do this type of work are very low. There are way too few incentives for the types of people who want to come in and polish. There is a super low investment in things like QA. Quality assurance is just massively underinvested in. Even when I was at Twitch, the willingness for us to block a release until QA was completed with it was relatively low. Now I'll put this point. Engineering teams and code bases have scaled like mad, even though nothing else has. The number of managers, the number of technical the amount of QA people, security researchers, and even just engineering managers and people willing to spend time reviewing code, those numbers aren't going up anywhere near as fast as the number of engineers are. Sure, we're having a bit of a layoff culture where like 5% of engineers at some companies are being laid off, but they were doubling the number of engineers every year up until that point. There are too many engineers working on too many things in too many places that we all rely on, and the complexity of these things has gone up a ton. But there's one other really big piece here. Our software stacks haven't changed in a decade. Let's go back to my tweet that kicked all this off. iOS 26 is a buggy mess. I've been using iOS since 2012. My Uber trips disappear after booking. I've been using Uber since 2014. Twitter's blacking out a third of the screen. I've been using Twitter since 2014, and the engineers who built the Twitter app I use every day quit a long time ago. Cursor agents are failing randomly. This is a new piece of software that is different, but also the only reason Cursor could succeed is because it's building into the VS Code ecosystem by forking VS Code. And VS Code has been my editor since 2017. YouTube picture-in-picture video freezing is insane, but I've been watching YouTube for almost 20 years. The software I'm talking about here either is over 10 years old or is built on top of software that is over 10 years old. The trenches have never been deeper. The things that we use every day, the things that we're complaining about the bugginess of every day, are pieces of software that we've been relying on for a decade plus. As software gets older, it gets bigger. As software gets bigger, it gets worse. Why is it making a sound when I do that? I'm gonna go yell at the guys at fucking Whisperflow later. I'll have to read that. As software gets older, it gets bigger. And as software gets bigger, it gets worse. We've never had an era where the software we rely on every day is the same as the software we relied on 10 years ago. Things normally change much faster than that. We went from Outlook to AOL email to Gmail, and now we've been on Gmail for 20 years. We went from DOS to... We went from the original Apple software to DOS to Mac OS to Windows to OS X to Windows to Mac OS again. We went from like 500 different mobile platforms to iOS and Android. We went from tons of different social media apps and websites to Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. The only newish one there is TikTok. And you know what? TikTok seems a lot more stable than the others. As software gets older, it gets worse. And the software we're using today is very old. I know the hype's all around AI everything. And sure, some of these AI things that we use are new and cool, but a lot of them are built on top of old stuff. It's crazy to think something as essential as like Git was changing constantly before Git. We changed the solution for source control dozens of times before we settled as an industry on Git. There were tons of different operating systems before we settled on Mac, Linux, Windows. There were way too many mobile platforms. There were so many mobile platforms that Java won because Java could work on all the different mobile platforms with a single code base. The problem isn't that the software we're using is made by the wrong people or use the wrong technologies or AI is taking it all over. It's that we have hit a critical mass, a point at which we can't really return from, where the things we use all the time are just too big and have too much shit going on in them, and they're falling apart as a result. And nobody wants to move to a new solution because part of how these things were built was to encapsulate you within them. But there are some places that I'm seeing a lot of progress here. I'm trying to think of the right way to transition to this point. A huge part of why we're stuck on Windows is because of the software that only runs on Windows, which is why things happening in Steam and Valve's ecosystem are so exciting. Stuff like Proton is huge because it lets us use a stable open platform. Things like Proton are huge because they let us use a stable open platform to run software that was previously restricted to Windows. And that software fits a lot of the stuff here, where it's open source, it's a passion project, and it's people who are either already wealthy or are getting money from other sources. Like Valve makes a disgusting amount of money, and they're pouring it into this open stuff because it will let them make software that's more stable on devices and products that they care about. Thank you, Griff, for the raid. Really appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. I'm talking about why software is going to shit. Meanwhile, on the Google side, I'm not even using YouTube chat right now because whenever the YouTube chat is on, it ooms my computer on a browser that Google made. I use a Google browser on a Google Media platform with a Google Stream, and it crashes because the chat code is broken. On one hand, that's a shit culture problem for sure. On the other hand, if YouTube wasn't a bloated mess of code, it would be relatively easy for them to make a good chat. Nobody at YouTube is intentionally making the chat shit. The YouTube chat sucks because the YouTube code base sucks, and there aren't enough engineers allocated to work on this, and even if there were, the code base they're stuck in is a shit show. And then they have to make it work in other places as well. You no longer have to just make your software for one thing. When you make an update for Windows, you have to account for all the new Windows computers being sold, all of the ARM-based Windows computers that now exist, and all the ancient Windows computers that are still getting updates for some reason. When you make a change to YouTube, you're not just making a change to youtube.com, you have to deal with the iOS app, and the Android app, and the Apple TV app, and the Kindle app, and the Amazon Fire TV app, and the Roku app, and the Roku ecosystem's a fucking disaster. One of the worst things I've ever had to touch. Your software now lives in more places, which means it's harder to fix, maintain, and change. Your software is now much bigger, which means it's harder to fix, maintain, and change. Your teams are now much larger, which makes it harder to fix, maintain, and change. Notice how none of this has anything to do with AI, Rust, memory-safe languages, Electron, or any of the things most people are bitching about. Nothing gets better if we start using Rust more. Nothing gets better if we stop using AI to help us with the code. Things only get better if we start diversifying our software stack more and taking more opportunities to adopt things built by passionate individuals instead of staying on the things built by these giant companies on rotting code bases. AI isn't going to save us here, but it's not the cause of the problem either. And it seems like everybody is on one or the other side here, where either AI is the reason this is happening or AI is going to keep this from happening. One of the few people I see who seems to get this is actually Dax, specifically this tweet. He made 2 points here that people struggle to understand both. You either believe one or the other, but it's rare people see both. And even Prime tries to say that the two are feeding into each other. The first point is that software quality is pretty bad and we need to make it better. And the second is that there's so much software that needs to be built, making it more accessible with higher level languages, frameworks, AI services, etc., is a good thing. And very few people can accept that these are two true statements. I couldn't agree with this more. And a lot of people blame software. That all said, a lot of people are blaming software accessibility for things going to shit. Spoiler alert, software getting easier to write is not why iOS 26 is garbage. They weren't even allowed to use good AI models at Apple until very recently. iOS 26 wasn't written with AI or higher level APIs. iOS 26 was an attempt to rewrite the user layer on top of a gigantic old rotting operating system. The problem with iOS 26 has nothing to do with the tech choices. It has nothing to do with the engineers they hired. It has nothing to do with AI at all. iOS 26 sucks because it's the first time they did a big overhaul like that on top of iOS 18 or anything even vaguely close to that new. The iOS 7 release was blamed for a lot of problems when it happened, and the code base they were building on top of was probably 1,000th the size of iOS today. Apparently, the iOS 7 operating system installed size was 2.5 gigs. Great result, Google. iOS 26.1 is almost 13 gigs. Do you understand? 2.5 gigs, 12.7 to 14. iOS was under a gig before iOS 7. The problem has nothing to fucking do with AI. Anybody saying that is being dishonest or is just being fucking stupid. The problem here is that the stuff we use is massive now. The sizes of the code bases for the software that we rely on has been going up exponentially for a decade, and since we haven't changed the software we use for a decade, maybe you hop between one of the two major options, No one's trying a new mobile OS. You might move from Android to iPhone and iPhone to Android, but you're not trying a new third option. Nobody's using a new desktop OS. You might try a new flavor of Linux every once in a while, and that flavor might just be a bunch of bash scripts you're running on top of another flavor. No one's using new operating systems. Nobody's using new software. Nobody's using new fucking anything. We're all building on top of the same shit that we used 10 years ago. And if you look at the tech I use today and compare it to what I used 10 years ago, there's barely any difference in the things I choose to use. But the things I'm using are now way bigger than they've ever been, and as a result, they are way less stable than they've ever been. This is why software has gone to shit, and anybody who says anything else is trying to sell you something or trying to justify their own existence. Software has gotten old, as such it has gotten big, and as it gets big, it gets worse. It really is that simple, and I don't really know how we solve it other than to start using newer, smaller things that are way more limited in what they can do, because they're going to be more stable. Programs that do everything that have existed for 10 years will never be as stable as an adequately obsessed 1 to 3 person team building the thing out of a passion for it. Support more independent software, use more things made by independent, passionate people built to solve problems that they actually have, and keep yelling at Apple until they do a couple more OS updates that are focused entirely on patching. I don't know what else we could do here. That's all I got on this one. I'm sorry your software is shit, and I'm sorry mine is too. Hopefully in the future, things will start to get better. But until then, we're in a bloated code base hell that is going to make things less and less stable every time we update. But until then, every time we do an update, we're making our things more bloated, and they're going to keep getting worse. I have a feeling it's going to get much worse before we start to see it get any better at all. Let me know how y'all feel about this, and I'm sure the comments aren't a flame war at all here. Have fun with that, and until next time, peace, nerds. I think, again, the software getting bigger has lots of inputs and outputs. I think fixating on the inputs and outputs doesn't matter. AI helps software get bigger. The expectation that managers want more features makes software get bigger. Software getting bigger is the problem, though. The foundation models are separately downloaded. I think that's one of the best videos I've ever done. I'm proud as fuck of that one. Yo, Wabo, thanks for the 6 months of tier 3. Fucking legend. Appreciate that support a ton. Your first message in chat is trying to get a job out of my chat. I would perma you, but I'm feeling kind. Watch any of my videos on how to actually get a job in tech and you'll realize how stupid the thing you just did was. Yo, Wabo, thanks for the cheer. Really appreciate that too. Happy you guys enjoyed the stream today. Yeah, PRs that delete code are way better than ones that add it. Happy you guys are liking the philosophical stuff. Those are my favorites. Do the same thing in yours? Okay. That is now a ban. If a Gig app would make you seen as crazy back then. Totally agree. Let's figure out who we're raiding. I'm not going to be live tomorrow because tomorrow I have YC demo day. If more crazy news keeps dropping, I might end up live on Thursday or Friday. To be determined. I have a bunch of random shit on those days as well, so hard to know for sure. I feel like I just raided Randy. He was cool, but I'll throw you guys at Ricky. Front page at 8. Oh boy, you can be there for that. That'll be fun. Have fun with Ricky, nerds. Yeah, that's right. Have fun with him. Yeah, the install size change with Helldivers was cool. It's just asset compression shit, though. Pretty simple shit. Have fun, nerds. See y'all either later this week or next. Goodbye to YouTube as well.
You gotta start saving for the dream pool.